Apologies for the delay, chat. Normally I get started about 5 minutes before this, but I just got in and just got properly sat down to get everything together, so bit of a rush job putting together this stream, but you know what? I don't think it's too bad for what we've got so far. Oh, one more thing. Right, gathering a few videos we can react to. And while I do that, bring up the intro screen. From Castle Rexworth and the Rexworth Estates, I bid you good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are and whenever you are. My name is Rexworth, Lord Rexworth, and I welcome you to an impromptu stream, as we do these days. I'm home for the day, going to get back out on the road tomorrow, but I had the day to myself and decided, you know what? I think I've got a stream in me. I think we can do a stream. Not only that, but I did notice that very quickly running out of content. Especially on the YouTube channel. So I figured probably best to do a stream, get some React content into the queue for Action to work on as far as editing goes. And yeah, that way we'll have enough content to sustain ourselves at least until the end of the year. Vivian, welcome in. Good to see you. Phalanx, welcome to you. Also Anglo, thank you for dropping in. Having a hard time telling. Oh, you're okay. So you're watching me on Kick. Got it. Right. We are simulcasting. We are simulcasting currently on YouTube, on Twitch, and on Kick. So welcome in, wherever you happen to be. Whatever you happen to be tuning in from. Thank you if you are a warm body on Kick. I believe I'm monetized enough there now that I should be getting those certain American penny dollars, as a certain Foxu Oshi of mine calls them. So thank you, those of you who are choosing to be warm bodies on Kick. You were gone forever. Yes, I was. I had no real control over that, unfortunately. And believe me, I would have been back sooner. Very good explanation for that. We can blame my employer, my soon-to-be, God willing, former employer, that put me on an account that paid more money and then neglected to tell me that the trade-off was that, home time, any sort of time off, you're not going to get that. You're not going to get that. We're going to run you into the ground, work you half to death, and make you regret ever taking on this account. Is the long and the short of it. So that is obviously unacceptable to me. And I opted to go find employment somewhere else that actually gives me my weekends back, pays me the same amount of money. But I'm only having to work 5 days a week instead of 7 days a week. I know that in the line of work that I'm in, which is professional lorry driver, the idea of Monday through Friday 9 to 5 is not really a thing. I understand that. But to deprive your professional drivers of home time is only going to burn them out and will eventually create a safety issue. And I don't think it's worth it to... I don't think it's worth it to work them so hard and then deny them their home time requests like that. To me, it sort of sounds like they've written a check that they can't exactly cash, or that they're concerned they won't be able to cash it, and they've decided to make that my problem. And it's not my problem. I just drive the truck. So they want to write checks that they can't cash. That's fine, but they're going to do it without me. And I'm going to go somewhere else where I can get my weekends back and where they have told me in no uncertain terms, Fridays, you need to start heading back to the home terminal and you need to be there by noon. That's your deadline. I can live with that. I'll wake up early on a Friday to start heading back from southeastern US or whatever it is that they're going to have me driving. Mostly going to be confined to the southeastern United States. Won't be hauling dry vans anymore, but going to be driving flatbeds now. So there's going to be some special training involved with that. But yeah, that's all right. We work to earn the right to work. It's sad, but that is what we have been reduced to, unfortunately. Thank you for the Genshin wishes again. You didn't have to spend so much on me. That's my pleasure, Vivian. It's my pleasure. Besides, you deserve something nice for your birthday. Let me go to a place of employment, give them a good talking to. I doubt it would work, and besides, I'm going to be out of there next week. I'm opting to head back to the home terminal on Wednesday of next week. And I'm going to hand back the keys, clean out my lorry, and hand in the badge and walk out of there and go enjoy a nice long holiday weekend with my family. Damn, won't be coming up to my neck of the woods, probably for the best. Yeah, no, I'm rather used to driving towards the east these days. I've never really had a chance to go out westward. So, and the work that I'm going to be taking up with this new job is going to have me confined mostly to the southeastern portion of the United States, which is fine. It's what I'm used to. I've driven through there before. Thankfully, they're not going to have me going up into the northeast, which I did that before. I don't know how anybody does it. It's a pain in the arse, especially dealing with once you get into Maryland and Pennsylvania, places like that. You really, really have to start being cognizant of weight restrictions and height restrictions for bridges and for roads. And yeah, there's been a few instances where I've had to probably go slower than a lot of people would have preferred, because one wrong turn and for your purposes, you've dead-ended because you can't go under a bridge because your rig is too tall. You know, I drive a rig that is about 13 feet 6 inches tall, and there's plenty of bridges out there in the northeastern part of the United States that have height restrictions far lower than that. And a few instances where there's only a few inches of gap between the bottom of the bridge and my trailer, and I am holding my breath and very slowly inching through, hoping to God I don't scrape the top of my trailer. Yeah, I hate driving that part of the country. At least lower half, southeastern portion of the US, you don't really have that problem. And especially when you're driving through the American South, generally speaking, it's not an issue that you have to concern yourself with. I think they still publish them, the large road atlases, and very often at the beginning, before you get to the map portions, they have listed out areas you have to watch out for low bridge heights, weight restrictions. Low bridge heights in particular, that list gets very long with northeastern states. Southern states, central Midwest, you don't really have that problem. Tallest height listed at work is 10 feet 6. Yeah, that would probably be an over height load that would require special permits. It is and usually those require an escort of some kind, a pilot vehicle, riding in front or behind. And those particular journeys, even a short journey on the map, can sometimes take quite a long time. Because you really, really have to be careful. You have to just... You're constantly stopping to check and make sure that your load is secure. Because you take a turn too fast and you'll lose it. So easy to tip over. So, oh my goodness. Vivian, thank you for the 40 bits. Thank you so much. The high is in the bus for nothing less than this. I haven't had any issues myself. Well, that's good. That's a bit different with buses. I'm thinking more of holding heavy equipment. You know, like trucks that are holding large industrial grade generators and HVAC boxes and whatnot. Get bit attacked. Well, thank you, Vivian. Thank you. We appreciate the bit attacks here. Ooh, and a good one. And a couple of good travel videos here. Chat. I do want to make sure that we get... Oh, thank you for another 50 bits. Thank you. Just sitting here eating instant ramen waiting for my headache to go away. Oh, I am sorry, Phalanx. I do hope your headache goes away soon. Thank you for another 5 bits, Vivian. Thank you. It's, I will admit it's been a minute since someone has, thrown that many biddies at me. So thank you. Really appreciate that. And with that, it looks like you are the #1 on the leaderboard for bits. So congratulations on that. Just a moment. Chat. Got a couple of things here that we want to talk about. A couple of good videos I see here from podcast Lotus Eaters. We've enjoyed content from them before. So I want to do some reacts to some of the segments from their podcast. Let's see. Anything else? Oh! Techmoan's got Techmoan's got a new video. Got a couple of them. I wonder which ones we should do. Last one we did was one about card radios, little credit card sized pocket radios. What does he have here? Seen anything? Gosh, this one's an hour long. Might not watch the whole thing, but we'll watch part of it. Maybe we'll watch one of his older ones. A few of these shorter ones that he's got. we'll do that. My turn to spoil you when I appreciate it. I'll take payment in Genshin time. We will definitely have to get to that. And thankfully, with the new job, I will be back to streaming. Probably starting this next month in December. On the weekends. If I can get back in time and I'm not too exhausted, I will do a Friday night stream. But at the very least, Saturdays and Sundays, definitely streaming. So those that I have wanted to collab with, definitely going to be reaching out to them and saying, "All right, let's pick these plans back up again," because I now know that I will be streaming again, because I've got some people that I wanted to stream with this month and even last month, and it because my work had other ideas, I had to cancel. I mean, I'll go ahead and talk about it a little bit. I was actually supposed to, in late October, I was supposed to have a collab with Amalgamite. And unfortunately, because I was on the road and had no idea when I was going to be getting back, if ever, I had to tell her, "I'm so sorry, but we're going to have to cancel and reschedule." Let's see, some other people that I've been talking to. I mean, no, I won't go into any further details, but that was one in particular that I was really looking forward to, because I have watched Amalgamite's content. I like her content. Very much like me, you know, right-leaning in the based department. And, yeah, it all fell through, unfortunately. I had plans, but then work. Yeah. Work's a bitch sometimes like that. It do be that way, Mr. Stansel. Can you come take me away from work? Wish I could. Oh, there was one more thing that I wanted to get to. We can definitely do a react for the sake of content. Just trying to remember who did the react. Put that content together. Hang on, chat. Looking through this. No. There's another VTuber who did a really good summary of what was going on. Let's see, do I have them somewhere on my feed? And of course, the minute I need to remember who posted it, I get streamer brain. And I forget who it was that put this out there. Let me search for this. Yes. Yes, she is. Yeah, there we go. All right. Let's go ahead and let us do the news. And let's start by going through some of the things that we're seeing on X at the moment. Let's go to window capture. That the one? Yeah, that's the one. Ah, right. Let's see, a couple of things that you might have missed if you're not following me on X. By the way, you can do that by just going to x.com and searching for Lord Rexworth at x.com/Lord Rexworth. It's as simple as that. Links are available there on YouTube, on Kick, on Twitch. Find all my links at lordrexworth.com. Simple as that. Yeah, and we start with a thing from members of, I think they're mostly Democrats, basically calling for a color revolution against the federal government, using platitudes like hold the line, blah, 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 specifically reaching out to, the message was targeted towards the military and towards people in the intelligence community. And, yeah. From Christian Haynes blatantly calls for the military and intelligence agencies to stage a bureaucratic cola revolution against the duly elected federal government, and then cries about being a victim after Trump Fed posts like a boomer in response, saying, yeah, you can't do this. This is, actually, I may have tweeted something about this yesterday. Ah, yes, here we go. Yeah. Elected Democrats release a video encouraging members of the military to commit treason and defy orders from President Trump and War Department Secretary Pete Hegseth. I have to get used to calling it the War Department because it's no longer called the Defense Department. It's the Department of War, like it used to be way back in the day. Haruki Tsukio, hello there. Welcome in. Noticed I never chatted here. Wanted to show some support. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome in. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a lovely day. How have you been? How's the family? How's your mum? Everyone make sure you go follow Haruki Tsukio. Just click on their name tag there, and that'll take you over to their page. Give them a follow, why don't you? Hope you're doing well too. Everything's going well so far. Fantastic. Love to hear that. Anyway, here's what Democrats are putting out.
Representative Chrissy Houlihan.
Congressman Jason Crow.
I was a captain in the United States Navy.
Former CIA officer.
Former Navy.
Former paratrooper and Army Ranger.
Former intelligence officer.
Former Air Force.
We want to speak directly to members of the military
and the intelligence community
who take risks each day
to keep Americans safe.
We know you are under enormous stress and pressure right now.
Americans trust their military.
But that trust is at risk.
This administration is...
All of these people have the look of the sort of type that would put this out. Very Weasley looking people. The look does not lie. These are just soulless, untrustworthy people that we're looking at. I should be able to call for treason and not face any backlash, yeah. Yeah, they want to be able to fuck around and not find out.
Pitting our uniformed military
and intelligence community professionals
against American citizens.
Like us. You
How?
all swore an oath
to protect and defend this Constitution.
And right now, the threats to our Constitution aren't just coming from abroad,
but from right here at home.
Our laws are...
This guy in particular, this bloke here, definitely got a bit of soy chin going on from the looks of it. Possibly a closeted homosexual, we're not sure. At least you're not playing the wifey games or whatever you call it. That comes later. Former Ranger joining the Democratic Party. Bugger off, yeah. DM'd a response video on YouTube to this, pretty sure. Oh, alright. Check DMs here. Oh, yes, here it is. We'll look at that after we watch through all of this.
Our Constitution aren't just coming from abroad,
but from right here at home.
Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders.
You can refuse illegal orders.
You must refuse illegal orders.
No one has to carry out...
They go from you can to you must.
orders that violate the law
or our Constitution.
Yeah, except they're not violating the Constitution. They're not violating the law. You You just want them to commit treason. You just want them to... You're calling for a colour revolution in this country. And all of you, if we lived in a real country, and if this administration was more than just talk, they would be busting down the doors to their offices in the Congress and the Senate with troops or National Guardsmen or police with riot gear and guns and pointing them at these people and saying, you are under arrest. If not just shooting them and being done with it.
We know this is hard.
And that it's a difficult time to be a public servant.
But whether you're serving in the CIA,
In the Army,
Our Navy,
The Air Force.
Your vigilance is critical.
and know that we have your back.
No, you don't.
now more than ever.
The American people need you.
We need you to stand up for our
You people are all... You're all a bunch of pussies. Every last one of you. You would sell every last one of these people in the CIA and the military down the river and just say, oh no, we were never calling for anything like that. No, no, no. You absolute weasels.
laws.
our Constitution,
And who we are as Americans. Don't give up.
don't give up.
Don't give up.
Don't give up the ship.
I think this is code. Putting it in big bold letters like this, having everybody parrot the same wording, the same script like this. It's code. It's code of some kind. This is a coded message that they're sending to activate some type of cell or something, I don't know. That's typically what you do in cases like this. They're not violating the Constitution, they're adhering to it. Weasels is crazy. Yeah. Right, let's take a look at what you sent over, Phalanx.
Well, some Democrat members of Congress who are former military and members of the intelligence community got together to do this little video lecturing you active duty service members about your oath to the Constitution. Because after all, if anybody cares about the Constitution, it's these guys. I mean, except for like the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, elements of the Ninth and 10th Amendment. And of course, they regularly stray from the constraints that are put on them in Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution. But other than that, they really, really super duper care about the Constitution. And they also want you to know that they respect what you do.
Yeah,
And have
they
your
care
back.
so much.
I mean, unless, of course, you're getting kicked out of the military for not wanting to take an experimental vaccine. Then they don't have your back at all. But look,
Yeah.
the bottom line is
Always
you can't
carve-outs.
follow unlawful orders, and that's true. Now, they didn't offer any specific unlawful orders that you've been given, but that's not the point here. The point is they really care about you and the Constitution, except when they don't. So,
Yeah.
listen to them or something.
Yeah, stop talking. They really need to stop talking. Give that a like. They don't care about the Constitution. I don't think hardly anybody cares about the Constitution anymore. It is being reduced to a meaningless piece of paper that is only of value when people actually have some sort of respect for it, and when it's actually backed up with a proper type of force. People care, it's just been eroded. It's... I don't know. Just as I've said we can't vote our way out of a lot of these problems, there are too many people, especially controlled opposition, that would say, oh no, we can't implement solutions to our problems because that would violate more Constitution. The people that don't care, few in number but loud in voice. Too many people are hung up on rules. and not really focusing on results. Too many people still want to take some sort of mythical, non-existent high road to show how virtuous they are and still expect to defeat their enemies. And it doesn't work that way. I've stated plenty of times before, if you want to beat the left, if you want to defeat globalists, you have to be willing to fight as dirty as they do, if not dirtier. Notice how they don't mention said illegal laws. Yeah, no, they don't. These magical made-up laws are being broken. Rebel! Only person I've actually seen in history that actually wanted to follow the Constitution and wanted to follow its original track was George Lincoln Rockwell. You can't turn the other cheek to an enemy that does not respect you. No, you can't. Turning the other cheek, offering your coat to an enemy. It's what you do when you're in a position of relative weakness and you want to appear non-threatening. When you are in a position of strength, you absolutely make sure that your enemy does not get back up again. And we've seen a lot, as I've been away, we've seen a lot of people, including the president himself, giving away the victory. We were promised mass deportations, and instead, it's like the Pawn Stars meme. Gaming TV XTO, thank you for the follow. And instead, we're given the Pawn Stars meme of best I can do is 50-year mortgages and 15-year car loans. What? If the enemy views you as less than, there is no high road you can take to change their mind. No. And our enemies hate us and want us dead. They will settle for no less. They will absolutely settle for no less than that. The only thing you can do is crush them completely and totally, and don't allow them to get back up again. Are you ready for the new world order? Let's see. Oh, yes. Robert Sterling giving the same response that I did. It's like, that's a lot of words that sound like treason to me. It's treason, then. You must fight your enemy, but never become the monster you are fighting. I don't really know about that. I take a bit more nuanced view. I say, as far as your enemy is concerned, in their imagination, you're already a monster. You may as well give them the visual that they so crave, if only to frighten them to the point where they make more mistakes that you can use to your advantage to defeat them. We have to keep in mind that leftists will always use the Alinskyite tactic of the ends justify the means. Or it's okay when we do it. Where is there a rule book or some sort of written law that says we can't mirror their tactics and use those same tactics against them? I don't even view it as becoming the monster that you're fighting. I just look at it as finding what works and using that to win. See, that's where you start to fall into that trap of, well, we have to take... trying to keep from becoming the monster you're fighting, you risk falling into the trap of you have to take the mythical moral high road. That doesn't really exist. It's just a trick by your enemies to get you to tie one hand behind your back and make it easier for them to defeat you. I know someone who's using the same name calling and categorization of the people he hates. He has become the monster he fights, at least in thought and justification. Some people will, and I don't think that's I think it's unavoidable. But again, we can't let that stop us from fighting to win. In some ways, I agree, you should not become indistinguishable from your enemies. But don't use that as an excuse. Yes, absolutely be brutal, but don't lose your humanity. That's a good way of putting it. That is a very good way of putting it. Let's see, what else did we... Got a couple of things here that we've got videos on that we'll be reacting to, especially with International Men's Day. That was yesterday, by the way. And I reiterate what I said on Twitter. Men, you matter. Your life has value. All that you fight for, all the toil and struggle, all of it's worth it in the end. Don't let ungodly devils out there convince you otherwise. You deserve happiness, prosperity, and the good life. So whenever you can, treat yourself. Let's see, good one from Metatron here. I think this is an old article. It's about 10 years old, from 2015. Title, yes, diversity is about getting rid of white people, and that's a good thing. I mean, anyone who knew. Base actions on the individual, not the group they're in, unless the group itself makes the claim and action. The group will do whatever is good for the group. If it is to their advantage that they disavow, they will disavow. If it is to their advantage that they will claim responsibility, they will claim responsibility. If it is useful to use the actions of an individual to damage the reputation of a group, I say do so. Because they do it to us. And they already have in many respects. So they've already opened the door to it. Might as well give as good as you can get. Let's see, we had that whole incident with the president on Air Force One. And apparently he said this. Now, turnabout is fair play. Pick your battles, indeed. Yeah, quiet piggy. Some people are now saying that he was actually saying quiet Peggy. Because the reporter's name was Peggy. I don't really care either way. It's funny. Reporters and journalists should be berated, insulted, talked down to more. It's true. You don't hate the media enough. But he was firm. He was calm. I've done differently. I'm more inclined towards putting the fear of God into people. As we saw previously one time with the collab I did with Zoe the Demon Fox. An ass reporter should be shut up, yeah. They don't deserve respect anyway. No, they really don't. You don't hate the media enough. Anyways, here's how I would have done it. Is that all you have to report, Lady Calico? Calico's mouth suddenly felt dry. She wetted her lips a bit.
For now it is, Your Grace. However, if you could return my companions to me, I could garner more information in the future.
There was an uproar of laughter all around the room that ended with a simple yell from Petra. Silence! Petra crossed his arms and waited for total silence before returning his gaze to the fallen. You are lucky I did not cut it to shreds and burn you alive beside it, Lady Calico. What did you hope to gain by implanting your spy master here in Hexad? Petra spoke emotionlessly, yet Calico could sense the anger boiling behind. Oops.
You're good. I kind of like the anger more than the deadpan.
Is that all you... Happy little accident there, chat. That's what I get for not reading ahead. But it made for a good clip. Made for good content. I don't know how many people saw it, but I did post a reply. Some things happened behind the scenes afterward. There was a couple of people that contacted me. And they said that particular moment, they found it rather sexy. Me shouting angrily like that. I'm told that's some sort of kink with some people. Apparently they like being shouted at. I'm not gonna kink shame anyone. If that's what you get off on, you do you, boo. They did encourage me to do more content like that, and I said no. I'm not going to do that. If it's voice acting and there's a part or a scene that calls for me to get a bit shouty, yeah, I'm going to do it. But I don't personally find shouting at someone to be very sexy. It actually makes me a bit uncomfortable. I don't take any joy in doing something like that. And I'm not about to use someone as a verbal punching bag, as it were. If it's, and especially if we're talking a romantic setting, rather just say sweet and romantic things. Which, in ASMR news, I do need to work on another episode of reading ASMR of the Railway Cities. I forget what we're up to now. The last one... Actually, no, I remember. The last one we did was the collection of Toby the Tram Engine. Because we had the introduction stories of Toby, of Thomas and the policeman, and James and the tar wagons. Oh, that reminds me. I need to pull that up. Hang on. We should watch and... Actually, you know what? This is a good idea. We need to watch and react to this. Hang on. Yeah, here we go. I don't know how many of you know who Trampy is, but really good YouTube videos with him. He is a one-man band who has unique voices for each of the engines in the Railway Cities. And he does a damn good job with each of them. And he has done a sort of grown-up rewriting of each of the stories, staying true to the original source material, but sort of updating it for a more adult audience. Not that they're doing anything dirty, but, you know, occasionally might let slip a curse word or something like that, and, you know, it's a bit more grown-up talky-ish. I was actually recommended the Trampy's work by Audrey Norfolk, and it's so good. So good. And he's got this fantastic... He does a really good job with Gordon. And... Oh, he even did a... I think he even did a... He did a song. Somewhere in there. But yeah, I saw him voice acting, and he does the voices of each and every one of the characters. Oh yes, here's a good one. He's doing his impression of Gordon, singing the Frank Sinatra song, My Way. He's actually pretty damn good at it, too. We'll take a look at that later on. Well, yeah. Let's see, circling back to all this. What else can we talk about? Oh, yeah. There's apparently this gigantic pile-up of garbage in Oxfordshire. I'm fairly certain that surveillance footage will eventually come out, assuming it hasn't been destroyed. And it'll show the usual suspects. Either corrupt rubbish collectors or third world migrants. probably a lot of people from the third world. And the footage will be kept suppressed for a long time because people hanging onto the footage and sitting on it didn't want to be called a racist. Related note, if you go to Google Maps and select Street View, drop it anywhere in India, you find piles of trash everywhere. Done this dozens of times, hasn't once failed. I mean, we know it. We know the truth that India and China are two of the biggest polluters in the world. They have zero right to lecture the West on climate, or anything for that matter. But unlike them, we'll at least have the decency to toss that opinion in the rubbish bin, rather than just on the ground, as they're so wont to do. What else do we have around here? A couple of lighter things I've been commenting on. Meet a small, cute, shy girl with long black hair. She loves video games. Question is, what do you do? I mean, it was a no-brainer for me. You ask her out. That seems to be a little bit of a foreign concept with some of the younger generations. I guess members of Gen Z are just... They just think that you just stare at her awkwardly or something. Boop the Awesomest, welcome in. But, yeah, no. Not to sound too much like a boomer, but back in my day, if you fancied a girl, you tell her, you ask her out, as in ask her out on a date. Oh, but Rex, it's too expensive to do that in this economy. Save your fucking money and make it work, man. If you fancy the girl and if you want her that badly, go after her. Ask her out. Well, that's my generation. We'd be weird, I know. Well, someone from the older generation, from the millennials, Boop, let me... have a seat here, lad. Let me give you some... let me give you some good sound advice that'll really help you out. Let's say you got, you know, a girl that you fancy. Don't set her awkwardly. Don't be weird about it. You just go up and ask her out. It doesn't have to be anything incredibly fancy. Take it out to dinner. What we're dealing with here, cute shy girl, long black hair, loves video games as a clue. So, we're going to find an arcade. They do still exist, and they make excellent date night locations. You let her beat you at just the right amount of times of the fighting games. Don't get too competitive. Don't get butthurt if she beats you. Especially if she beats you fair and square. You win her a prize in the crane game. Or you get something from the prize counter if you got enough reams of tickets at skee ball. You know, get her a plushie or something cute like that. Maybe just a keychain if that's all you can manage. It's the thought that counts. But you shoot your shot. You ask her out. You keep dating her for a few months, and then you go steady. And by go steady, we mean not get into some weird situationship. No. You do the proper thing and ask her, will you be my girlfriend? I'd like to go steady with you. If she likes you, if she feels ready for it, just say yes. You go steady, you keep going out, spend time together. Both of you eventually introduced to each other's parents. You give it a year of courtship. And then things really get serious. Because that's when you're going to ask her to marry you. And if she stayed with you this long and you're both happy together, you don't have to worry about it. She's going to say yes. Wedding, honeymoon, moving in together, that all follows afterwards. Start a family. You enjoy the rest of your lives together. And you watch as this cute, shy girl that you mustered the courage to ask out turns into devoted wife, loyal rock in difficult times, loving mother of your children, that sort of thing. Like for me, yeah, I talk to the person and stuff, find out what they like and stuff, and do stuff with them. Exactly. If I got butthurt that I got beaten at a game, I'd be extremely annoyed I get beat at every game. Yeah, well, there's some people that are like that. I know because I used to date someone who was like that. She was very much a sore loser. To which I kept having to warn her, you keep that up, nobody's going to want to play with you. And come to find out, that was just the tip of the iceberg for her very negative and destructive behavior. Probably a bit different for my generation, just got married to my now wife on a beach in Hawaii. Well done then, boob. I'd say you're ahead of the curve and you're already winning at life. So well done. Next comes a baby in the pram. On a related note, cute, funny comic strip here from Miku Neki. A date? I don't know. What should I wear? Just wear what girls like to wear. She shows up in cosplaying as Darth Vader. Which I gotta admit, she's a cute Darth Vader. If she shows up in cosplay like that, I mean, me personally, date number 2's already a guarantee. I'd be browsing engagement links on the phone just in case. That's probably how I'd greet her too. It's just like, congratulations, you've just guaranteed date number 2 will happen. Could probably make a joke about curves when you set ahead of the curve. That's true. We do like some curves around here. We are curvy women respecters. Oh, this is neat. We've got Charlotte, North Carolina before ice. And after ice, they just press the fix everything button. There's even videos of restaurants that apparently used to be staffed almost entirely by illegal aliens. And they're practically empty now. along with their illegal alien clientele, they're all gone. Sounds like a bad business model to me. If your business model is built upon illegal immigration, you're going to have a bad time. And you probably deserve to go out of business too. Because you need to be hiding Americans. And you need to be serving Americans. If you are in Charlotte, North Carolina. You would think this would just be common sense, but apparently that's racist and xenophobic. Even though it's not really. They're just using those terms to paint anyone who disagrees in a negative light and target them for death. If my wife showed up dressed as something like Darth Vader, well, Darth Vader is less dangerous than my wife. She's mad. Hell hath no fury. Oh, we've got something here. An old blighty. There's a Labour minister, we don't know who, suggesting children born in Britain to immigrant parents could be deported as part of the government's asylum reforms. We've been hearing a lot of this rhetoric, especially from people like Shabana Mahmood. I'm skeptical, and I think a lot of people in Britain need to be skeptical. I think Labour is just pretending to be hard right in order to placate the public, keep the next election from becoming a total bloodbath for them, which it's going to be. That's unavoidable. At this point, it is reforms to lose. But Labour doesn't really mean what they say. And they've got zero intentions of implementing anything remotely near mass deportations or total remigration. In American parlance, it's known as a head fake or a rope-a-dope. It's a feint. They're not really going to do it. It's sort of like what the late Rush Limbaugh pointed out in the midterm elections in the 90s when Bill Clinton was in office. You had a lot of Democrats that were sounding really similar to Reagan conservative Republicans. And that's how they campaigned. And that's how a lot of them won in midterm elections. And it became an undeniable truth of Russia's that Democrats can really only win when they campaign like Republicans. We're seeing the same playbook being replicated with Labour over in the UK. They're having to pretend to be hard right in order to placate the public that wants mass deportations. UK is a wacky place. We all tell the government something's bad and they shouldn't do it, but they do it anyway, like that weird new pointless ID thingy. Yeah. They're all bought and paid for with things like that. And they've had petitions with people demanding, don't do this, to which they're saying, fuck you, we're doing it anyway. I think, if I remember right, a relative of Keir Starmer's had some sort of tech company that stands to benefit from a national ID or from the current censorship controls that they've got implemented. Oh. Trump administration, going back to America for a moment. This is an ad that dropped from the administration, aiming to bring civility back to air travel. Let's give it a watch.
Come fly with me, let's Air travel is a miracle of American ingenuity. We built airports to launch a golden age of travel across the skies. We respected the dignity of air travel and the men and women who made the dream possible. Flying was a bastion of civility. But today...
Oh dear God.
Stop! I'm not doing anything. I'm not doing it.
I'm allowed to put my seat back.
But manners don't stop at the gate.
That's right. Manners don't stop at the gate. Things aren't what they used to be. Some would call it the golden age of travel.
Got that right.
Let's bring civility and manners back. Ask yourself, are you helping a pregnant woman put her bag in the overhead bin? Are you dressing with respect? Are you keeping control of your children? Are you saying thank you to your flight attendants and your pilots? Are you saying please and thank you in general? The golden age of travel begins with you.
Okay. All of that, valid, fair points. When you travel, do so with good manners and respect. With that said, this needs to be reciprocated by the airlines and by the airports. Because frankly, there's a lot of people in the American TSA and with a lot of airline crews, they seem to get off on treating people like shit. That has to stop too. I know they got to deal with a lot. That's still no justification to treat passengers like cattle. Probably doesn't help things too that TSA, an agency that receives so much funding post 9/11 to try and prevent terrorist attacks in the skies or prevent terrorists from using aeroplanes as suicide weapons, doesn't really help things when that's probably the one agency that has been targeted the most for DEI initiatives. It's like, I thought we were supposed to be going after and trying to prevent Middle Eastern terrorists from using planes as giant flying bombs. And you're going to go out and hire a whole bunch of Mohammedans in order to, what? Somehow appear less racist. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Logan Hall saying, so many of our problems are just people dancing around the fact they're misliving in a homogenous, high-trust society. Yes. Action Bastard, welcome in. Treat people how you want to be treated, basically. I wish they would. I really wish they would. Goes a long way. Oh, this has been making quite the drama over past week or so. I don't know how many of you... There's some background to this video before we get into it. This is from Neven. Good VTuber. Israeli VTuber. former IDF soldier, I believe. Really good content creator, and it looks like she's starting to get into making recorded content either on stream or recording it offline. Well, she's been following the saga with what happened with the Kitsura Nines. Nines was part of this list here of super-based VTubers, like what you see here. And can confirm, fantastic lot here. I mean, my two Oshis, Leaflet and Kirsha, made the list. You've also got really good VTubers and content creators there, like Banana Juju, Brev Says Desu, Neven, Saturn Senshi, Darling Strob, aka Mrs. Brev Says Desu, Smugalana, Kitsura Nines, obviously. Don't know who Sawa-san is, but I mean, I'm sure she's good. Azuhara posts a lot on Twitter. Mama Oko, really good. We've had her on stream. It was me, Boko, Action, Lady Lark, Megalum, and Elijah Knightley covering election night. I'm still proud of that. I think we did a damn good job. So many of them came back to cover the inauguration. I think that was truly our finest hour, all of us. And showing that VTubers and content creators like us can do a damn better job than the so-called mainstream media of covering major world events. Where's Ben 10 on this? Let's see, we also got Powder, Usagi Calamari, Kazuhana. I'm familiar with Rock Solid and Permaband. They're really good. Yeah, most of these people I'm already familiar with, and I follow fairly close. But a few members, in particular Saturn and Nines, were members of a group called the V-Tards. And those of you who are subscribers to the Lord Rexworth podcast, you may have seen the latest episode in which I interviewed a former member, and probably the most controversial of them all. And that was Nachisumiku. I say that, they used to be the most controversial member. Seemed to only get topped by Akemi, who, with this tweet, decided to throw an epic fuck ton of shade on all of them, to say that over half of them are fake and or grifters. So this clearly shows that she's not evil and crazy. Well, if you've been following the saga of what's been happening to Kitsura Nines, Akemi not evil and crazy? That's a fucking lie. Can't tell if aiming to be the most controversial if it just happens. With Akemi, I think it just sort of comes naturally. Anyways, let's pause the music here and give a watch here to Neven's content regarding Akemi Kurai.
Hi.
Hello.
It's Neven here. Akemi is not evil and crazy. Bold statement. So let's actually look at what she's done, and you can decide it for yourself. To understand how we got here, we need to go back to where it started, before I explain why she is genuinely not a good person. So there used to be a VTuber group called the V-Tards. It doesn't exist
have to back that up here for a moment.
VTAR.
Yeah, these were the original members of the VTARDs. Akemi Karai, Nachisumiku, Kitsura Nines, Saturn Senshi, and Shirawan. I believe a few of them follow me. I know Miku follows me. Shiro follows me. I follow Saturn and Nines. I've got Akemi each time she keeps popping up again, doing a ban evasion on Twitter. I just block because she's just that toxic and I have no patience for her bullshit. So yeah, each time she pops up again, I just block her, and I would encourage other people to do the same, because the only thing that really comes out of her accounts is just proverbial diarrhea. It's the only way I can think of to describe it. Anyway.
It doesn't exist anymore, and Akemi is one of the reasons it fell apart. One day, Akemi made a tweet asking who wanted to join the group, and 4 people ended up joining her. Shiro, Nachisumiku, Nines, and Saturn. After some time, Shiro and Miku didn't get along. Miku had a hobby, and still has it, of liking Nazi-related things, and at the same time, there was also an argument in the group between him and Shiro about Lolicon. And by the way, during—
Yeah, other bit of information, Natsumiku portraying themselves as a female, but it was later revealed when all of them got doxxed that Miku is actually a chap. And we covered this on the podcast. He admits that it was a mistake to do that and took ownership of it, and good on him for that. But now, more accurately, he labels himself as a Babaniku VTuber. In other words, female model, male voice. For a while, was still using the voice changer. And in our interview, had the voice changer working. But more recently, with, I think it was an interview with the Dawn of Everything, great content creator over on Rumble. Do go give them a follow. The Dawn of Everything. There was a thing happening where the Dawn actually managed to get most of the former VTARDs together, and it was thought that they would never really get back together after they broke up as a group. But he managed to pull it off, and even managed to get Miku and Shiro on speaking terms with each other again, which I think is all to the good. It's very encouraging to see them all getting along again, and even getting together for collabs on stream, with many of the former VTARDs now signing on with Lucky EN, which both of my senpais, Razorwind and Natsushiroi, are now members of. Of course, we congratulate them on that. That's really good. Rebuilding burnt bridges is difficult, if not impossible, at times. Credit to the Dawn of Everything for pulling that off. That's quite the undertaking. But yeah, even in streams now, Natsumiku no longer uses the voice changer. I remember Momooko being in chat for some of these collabs and interviews, and stating quite rightly to Miku, you don't need it. You don't need it. And I reiterated it. It's like, you know what? Oko's right. They don't need it. Doing just fine without it. Might as well just be real. So yeah. Anyways, let's keep going.
In this period, everyone thought Miku was a man. But the drama didn't stop there. It only got worse. Around that time, someone named Buy Bitcoin started sending private messages to Shiro. Later, he posted the screenshots, but they were edited, and he literally changed Shiro's words in the conversation. This created a major conflict within the entire group, and in general, whenever new information about Shiro appeared, Akemi was always the first one to celebrate it and spread it everywhere. And if you think that's bad, just wait. Before she ever joined the VTORs, Shiro had a miscarriage.
That's not very responsible. The first instinct when some stranger comes up with screenshots, especially ones that appear edited, should not be to spread them far and wide, but to try and vet the information that you're seeing to make sure that it's true. And part of that means going to the actual source to say, "Hey, this here's this you? Is this true? I think an explanation's in order."
Just wait. Before she ever joined the VTORs, Shiro had a miscarriage, and Akemi made fun of it, saying she killed her own baby.
That is genuinely fucked up. A miscarriage is... I mean, you're talking about a loss of life. That is not something that you make fun of. It's devastating for both mother and father. So, yeah, that already gives us insight into Akemi's character. That we're not dealing with a very good person here.
Shiro eventually decided to leave the group first. Some of Akemi's fans also joined in, mocking the woman who miscarried and even sent her vegan commissions with insulting
Good God. Okay,
messages
I can't keep that
accusing
up on the
her of
screen for very
murdering her
long.
child. And that's when he started to notice a pattern with Akemi. Whenever she's jealous, insecure, or feels overshadowed, she immediately spirals into attacking people's most personal, vulnerable moments. And it doesn't stop at miscarriage. One of the clearest examples of this was in a voice call when someone opened up about a friend, a trans, who took her own life. And Akemi's reactions wasn't to shock or sympathy or even silence. She laughed. She laughed at the suicide of someone.
Let's see. Those surprise jump scares are the worst, you know. When I spoke out the terrible thing that she hung herself, you laughed in an instant. You don't know the story and you don't know who she was, but I knew who she was. Your reaction angered me to the point that I was dead silent. It was hateful, disgraceful, satanic. I thought it would be necessary of me to reach out to you after thinking for a bit. Even after when I joined the VC again a few hours later after leaving, I couldn't shake the anger away when I tried. I still would like to be friends with you. I just ask that you read the room when something deep is being told. Don't laugh, otherwise keep it to yourself. Hope you understand and think on this and accept you made a mistake.
And she never knew, because empathy isn't something she has. You don't need to know a person to understand that suicide.
And her response is to double down, because, of course. Find it hard to believe any of them are innocent. None of this takes away from the fact that someone ended their life, and your first response is to laugh at that. Whatever you think of people who are transgender, nobody deserves to go out like that. That's pretty fucking sick.
Isn't a joke. The fact that her instinct was to laugh tells you exactly what kind of person she is. Which brings us to this. The same person who mocked a miscarriage is also out here obsessing over someone else's private sex tape like it's her business. And honestly...
Oh. Joe the Second, thank you for sending over 50 kicks. Thank you so much. I wasn't sure that was set up properly, but apparently it is. You still goon to that sex tape that you and your ex made. Does your boyfriend sit in the cooked chair while you do it? Also, do you still fantasize about being gangbanged by multiple dudes? Your boyfriend's a cook, and you're a... Oh, God.
The obsession is kind of weird. You're shaming someone for making a private video, something couples do all the time, while acting like it's a scandal, which is funny because, oh wait, didn't you say you haven't had much sex and that honestly the sex I've had has been mid or bad? So why exactly are you so invested in other people's sex lives when your own isn't exactly thriving? Maybe that's why you're so proud. Jealousy.
Yeah, it's jealousy. It is jealousy and bitterness. And as she'll probably get to this later in the video, that particular video that she's referring to comes up again, and some very bad people try to make the rounds with that. Keep up the good work. Well, thank you, Joe. Thank you so much.
Makes people do weird things. And then Akimi posted Chiro's picture on her Discord because of course she did. She loves doxing people, so
Yeah. I haven't seen the let me put it this way. Akemi is calling Shiro a tubby wubby. Akemi is fatter. Just from what has made the rounds. Akemi has got no room to talk on this. Yeah, because that's something normal people do for some reason. Yeah, this is...
why stop now, right? She got mad that Shiro posted her own birthday wish list, so Akimi responded by posting Shiro's face right next to her Twitter post. Oh, I'm sorry, I also have a throne wish list. I guess only Akimi's allowed to receive gifts. My mistake.
Yes, a throne list from Akimi that people started mocking quite mercilessly and justifiably so, because at one point she decided she was going to be this wholesome Chungus Christian VTuber and streamer, and yet didn't really bother to update her throne page because she had sex toys next to Bibles. Not sure how all that works, but, you know, there it is.
And it doesn't stop there, because doxing Shiro wasn't some one-time mistake. It's a pattern. She does this to anyone she gets annoyed at. And here's another example. She didn't just dox this person. She openly
one of these things is not like the other, yeah.
Mocked her appearance afterward. She leaked someone's identity and then laughs at how they look. That isn't confidence, that's pure insecurity dressed up in kawaii filters. After that, Nine's old porn name got leaked and she left the group. And the saddest part, her story didn't end there. It actually gets worse. This wasn't the first time she was being doxed. Akimi...
This went on for, well, almost a week. Maybe even longer. Where... yeah, Nines' old porn name and at least one of her videos started making the rounds. And yeah, there's a whole story behind that. I'm sure that Neven will get to that.
Herself pulled up her porn and forced people to watch it in VC. And this is where Akimi crossed.
Yeah, this is where it got really just sick and disgusting. I mean, like, way over the top sick and disgusting. Beyond the pale. Akemi gets into a VC with her Simpson followers and starts streaming Nine's old pornographic videos that she did. And is practically forcing people to watch it, threatening to ban people if they leave the VC.
A line you can come back from. Like, what kind of person actually enjoys someone else suffering? Before I explain just how cruel this...
I mean, this is someone who is trying to rebrand herself as a Christian VTuber. And she is watching old pornographic exploits of a former genmate in a VC and forcing other people to watch it with her. It's around this time that just, I think a lot of people started waking up to the fact that she is not Akemi is not a well person. We're not dealing with someone who is mentally sound.
Was, I want you to hear Nine's story in her own words. Yes, there was a point in my life where I did porn. I was in an abusive relationship. He isolated me. She did porn because she was abused, manipulated, and had no real choice. It was survival under coercion, not voluntary. I was barely 70 pounds, bedridden. He love bombed me, used my vulnerability. He was physically weak, mentally vulnerable.
Yeah, this was a long tweet from Nines about all of this when it started making the rounds. It was certain troublesome individuals within, I believe, Akemi's server that started posting in response to some of Nines' tweets the usual "this you bro" and then posting the link to an old pornographic video that she had done. A real class act. But Aaron, welcome in. Yeah, it's sick and disgusting behavior on the part of Akemi. A lot of people were just absolutely horrified by this, myself included. I don't know what would possess someone to think that it's a good idea to share this sort of thing with anyone, but particularly a Discord community that you're building. Just why? What possible benefit would it be to you? It can only serve to hurt you and also hurt Nines. But maybe that's the point. Maybe she just wanted to try and hurt Nines in some sick, twisted way, though she only ended up hurting herself. Because I don't know if Neven gets to this in the video, but the TLDR, Nines are still standing. These ungodly people, they took the best shot, and it wasn't enough. And if anything, it's only made Nines stronger. The whole ordeal. And that really is something that Nines should be proud of. For standing strong. She basically took the Tyrion Lannister approach. There's a great line from an early episode of Game of Thrones. I'm not a fan of Game of Thrones, but I really like this one particular quote from Tyrion Lannister. He said, "Never forget what you are. The rest of the world will not. Wear it like armor, and it can never be used to hurt you." And in a way, that's exactly what Nines has done throughout this whole saga. She has just taken her past and she wears it like armor. And even though it's an unbelievably stressful time for her, understandable, it can't really be used to hurt her. Because to hear her tell the story of her life, she's been through a lot worse. Some people are so terminally online, they think it's also IRL. I think that's what we're dealing with Akemi, is that she just got to be so terminally online that she absolutely went full retard. Can't wrap my head around it myself. This sort of behavior is just so foreign to me. This is not something you do to a person. You just don't do this sort of thing. And especially if you're wanting to be a content creator, you definitely don't do that sort of thing. Because it's going to get noticed, and it did get noticed by a lot of other people, including bigger name talents like Kitsunetto, who put out the warning of Akemi's a bad person, and you need to avoid her. And she's right.
And taken advantage of by someone who groomed her. It took years to get out. I rebuilt myself. I'm stronger now. She escaped the abuse and rebuilt her life. Her past does not define who she is today. This is why I have boundaries around the NSFW. I don't engage in that dynamic again. Her strict boundaries are a trauma response. She avoids NSFW because she was exploited in the past. I deleted all accounts. Everything is now re-uploaded. Not doxing technically, but sure as hell not Christian. She removed all content years ago.
This is not something that a Christian VTuber does. You can't brand yourself a Christian VTuber and then all of a sudden stream someone else's pornographic material in a VC in some twisted act of vengeance. Glad people are supporting Nines through this. I can only imagine how stressful it is. I can only imagine as well. But she's surrounded by a lot of good people now. And they've all got her back. And it's really good to see.
Anything circulating now is old re-upload material. Akemi digging it up is unethical and malicious, especially while claiming Christian values. Watching these videos and VC circulating them, trying to post them on my Twitter is unacceptable. Akemi actively shared revenge porn, watched it with her audience together, and attempted to weaponize it publicly. She knows my head.
It's... in some places, that's criminal. And word is that Akemi has actually got the attention of some sort of cybercrimes division of police in Australia, much to her misfortune. Time will tell if anything comes from that. Can never understand the mentality behind doing some stuff like that. Nor can I. But then again, we are good, decent people. And we were reared to just not engage in that sort of behavior.
History, she knows the abuse, yet she chooses to use it as a weapon. Akemi knowingly weaponizing someone's trauma despite knowing the full context. This makes it intentional cruelty. It was survival, not a choice. I'm not ashamed of who I am now. Nines rejected Akemi's attempt to use her past against her. She is proud of the person she became. Using my trauma against me crosses a line no decent human approaches. Akemi's actions aren't drama. They cross basic moral boundaries. This behavior exposes Akemi, not Nines. This looks...
There's also possible legal boundaries that may have been crossed as well. the long and the short of it is that Akemi she's fucked. I mean, this is the sort of thing that it can get you in trouble with the law, depending on the jurisdiction. So, a completely nuked from orbit career as a content creator is the least of her troubles right now.
It's worse on you, Akemi, than it ever will on me. Revenge porn harms the abuser reputation more than the victim. It shows Akemi is hateful and malicious. So, what do you even call someone who gets satisfaction from humiliating another person in front of an audience? There's a word for that, a sadist. And just when you...
A sadist, yes. I also prefer to use the term ungodly.
You think it can get worse? It does! So Akemi had minors in her server. A server where every single channel was 18 or locked. Here's a proof. One person literally said they were 12, and Akemi personally allowed it, proudly. You can call yourself anti-porn, run NSFW channels, and force people to watch someone's revenge porn, and then allow children into an adults-only server. That's not just hypocrisy, that's dangerous. After that, Miku left the group because...
Yeah, that's... There's a reason that I keep everything 18 plus with my streams, and especially with my Discord server. I don't want to expose myself to that sort of liability, because there are things that get talked about, and it's not always very kid-friendly. Not that there's a bunch of pornographic material or anything like that. It's just that, especially when you talk news and politics the way I do, it's a lot of grown-up shit. There's a lot of things that younger people don't really understand. And that, frankly, a lot of them don't really need to trouble themselves with. But more than anything, it's a legal liability issue for me. I just don't want that type of Damocles sword hanging over my head. So I keep it simple. If you're under the age of 18, get the fuck out. You're not welcome here. Come back when you're 18. Adults will speak like adults and younger ones don't, yeah. Plus, social media isn't really good for kids. Parents need to do their damn jobs, yeah. Children do not need to be on social media. In fact, children don't need to be anywhere near the internet. Full stop. I think the internet is a place for grown-ups. Children have no business accessing the internet. When it was in its infancy, when I was a much younger lad, that was a different story. It was a much different place. Now, there's some pretty twisted shit out there, and it is quite easy to run into it, no matter what age you are. I mean, just look at what we've learnt about Roblox. Just how easy it was to run into people who were posting adult content, or even engaging in grooming sort of behavior. And they were doing this in front of children on these servers. It's a big problem. And I would say if you've got children, don't let them anywhere near Roblox. Because they get into those servers, someone is going to try and groom them. And the people who run Roblox, they're not going to do a bloody thing about it. Never trusted it to begin with, and after learning everything that was about what was going on with it, glad I never touched it. Yeah, same here. Same here. I don't really mess with any of that. Roblox, even Minecraft to an extent. I know there's plenty of streamers who have their own private servers, and you know that's different. I'm not going to. I've got no interest in Minecraft because to me, I see it as not really much different from Roblox. A lot of the same problems. And too much of a risk that you're going to be running into griefers or children, and I don't want that. I don't want those complications. I don't want to have to deal with that.
As he got doxxed, people found out he was using a voice changer. He was actually a man. And then another pattern with Akemi becomes obvious. She always has something to say about people's identities, their gender, who they like, who they're allowed to simp for. So simping for a guy is gay, but simping for a woman is fine. Imagine being this insecure that you polish who your viewers can support.
Wait, what was she saying?
Imagine being this insecure that you polish who...
Male VTubers are weird and not really unpleasant overall. That sounds like projection. Female VTubers have grifted off me and stabbed me in the back. That sounds like projection. Both are shitty. Male VTubers are just more obvious about it, while women are more secretive. That sounds like projection. Yes, and it also sounds like high school. I'm told that Akemi actually tried creating pornography of herself. Didn't go so well. Got absolutely raked over the coals for just being fat and unattractive. And apparently when the big docs happened to the VTards, Akemi's pornography started making the rounds. And her first reaction was she feared being called fat again. Not that that sort of material was making the rounds. She just didn't want to get called fat. This is what I'm going off of what I've heard from former VTard members speaking in other interviews. Just little items and nuggets that really stick out to me regarding the whole saga.
Your viewers can support. He apologized to you privately.
So these are DMs that got leaked between Akemi and Miku. Yeah, I see it and it's true. I'm an actor, so it is you. Yes, it is. Sorry for not telling you all the truth. Thought I could let the character stand as his own thing. The only thing I'm really upset about is when I asked if you were a woman, you said yeah. Had to. Well, you didn't have to, but that's all in the past now. And again, Miku's taken ownership of all this. And yeah. Akemi even offering to keep up appearances.
Situation resolved, and and you still went back to complain people liked him. That's not confidence, that's insecurity on steroids. The group fell apart until only Saturn and Akemi were left. They streamed talk about forming a new group, the Mafia.
New group with Saturn on hold? We have it in the works. I'm not gonna say much about it because it's a secret.
And then Bo left. And then came the...
I'm not gonna say much about it because it's a secret.
And then Bo left. And
oh, okay. So this is the okay. This is not an ultimatum or you must choose situation like the previous one, but please carefully consider, keep in mind what I'm about to say. Oh, that totally turned into a you must choose situation. No longer friends with or associate with Saturn Senshi and Kitsura 9s. Can't recommend the content of them as VTubers and people. They think that the following members are crazy and evil. Ratrick Bateman, Rice, and Nia. As it would later turn out, they are crazy and evil. And I would recommend everybody else who is a content creator out there, make sure that these people are blocked, especially on your socials. And actually, I know you're still here in chat, but any other mods that are mods here for my chats and also mods in my server, please take note of these names: Ratrick Bateman, Rice, and Nia. If you see anyone resembling someone like that or an alt account variant thereof, you've got my authorization to immediately ban them because I don't want them anywhere near Castle Rexworth. Roger, roger. Thank you, Action. These are some bad hombres, as the POTUS says. The reasons given were because these members believe in the validity of crime statistics and statistics in general, and the ability to have pattern recognition. That makes zero sense to me. They think that Nia gained more influence on my server because he draws art for me. I can believe that. Saturn demanded in his DMs he draw for her as well. I find that difficult to believe. Despite kicking him from a server previously because she thought he was a rat for KF. I have no idea who KF is. They think I'm going down a dark path, say they tried to be the voice of reason for me. Sound familiar despite never speaking to me or hanging out with me. If there's a long history of people trying to be the voice of reason for you, maybe you're going down the wrong path. I mean, there are people who will say they're claiming to be a voice of reason and using that for gaslighting. And then there's people genuinely concerned for you. But if it turns out to be a repeated pattern, again, circling back to the whole ability to have pattern recognition, there's a pattern emerging. Oh yeah, and that was the whole thing where Akemi tried to get in good with Elfin Psyop. I think Elvin is a druggie and a bad influence on me, despite Saturn being very insistent and intent on trying to get a collab with Elfin. I mean, there's a difference between being friends with people and collabing with them. I've collabed with people that I am not friends with, but am professional acquaintances with. And then there are people that I will gladly collab with because I am friends with them. I have no idea if Elfin Psyop is a drug addict. I can tell you that based off of what I've seen on social media, I don't know if her influence is entirely positive. I don't know if I would collab with Elfin Psyop personally, but, you know, it's if she reaches out to me, I'm not going to reach out to her for a collab, but if she reaches out to me first for a collab, we can talk about it. Kiwi Farms. Oh, KF, Kiwi Farms. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that, Joe. Yes. I've also been informed they are, let's see, oh, I skipped over one. They got upset at me because I didn't want them to promote themselves in my server. Well, when you've got people who are, I guess you could call them genmates, or they're members of the same organization that you're in, it wouldn't... I mean, you don't have to let other people promote themselves, but professional courtesy would dictate that you make an exception for people that you're in an organization with. Like in the previous organizations that I was with, always there was open invitation by any of the other members to self-promo in the appropriate sections, to let them know when they're going online, if they've got a new project or something like that. I had no issue with that. I'm one who believes that a rising tide lifts all boats. So I'm not going to be one of those people that says it's all about me and you're not allowed to self-promo. I know how the game works. And sometimes it's a little bit of, okay, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. So I have a self-promo section. It said in one chat, billions much Oshi, Akemi, and Saturn says no, me. I don't know what that means. Was the time Saturn was insisting and begging that someone in the VC donate money to her and her alone. I feel like this has had context intentionally left out. Also been informed they're straight up lying about me from the verified sources. Told me all of these things. Citation needed. During my members only stream, they think I was being disingenuous when I said I want to make everyone happy. They don't think I'm a good person, I suppose. Well, you kind of proved everyone right in that regard, Akemi. Maybe leaving some things out. Just in a very long, serious voice chat with a verified source. Talking about these things. Cannot recommend their content at all. No future collabs or positive mentions, promotions from me about them. Would appreciate if my community does not associate me with them any longer.
Then came the moment everything blew up. Saturn joining Lucky Ian. So basically, Lucky Ian is a VTuber agency where there's a lot of nice people here.
You scrolled a bit too quickly, dear.
Basically, Lucky Ian is a
Let's see who all
VTuber
is in there.
agency where there's a lot.
Yeah. I think on the last row is Shiroy, but we got Razorwind in here. Got Saturn, Shiro, Royan, Miko, Mizu Tamori, Mamaoko, Junie Smooth. Oh, there's Shiroy. Okay. Eva, Lumi. A few of these people I'm not too familiar with. Kera, Dama. I don't think this is the same Akihiro that I am acquainted with. At least I hope it's not. And Atari Celestium, I know her. Kretosis. A few of these people I'm not familiar with, but a lot of these people I am. This is a lot of very talented people. And many of them definitely members of the base department. Whole thing reads like a government dossier, yeah.
A lot of nice people here, no lie. And Raging Bull, who runs Lucky Ian, is Jewish, and Akemi really doesn't like Jewish people.
Yeah. Akemi really went full retard on anti-Semitism. I mean, granted, I've got my criticisms of Israel and some of their lobbying efforts, but damn, Acme just went full twat waffle retard on the whole thing.
So I guess that means we could never be friends, right?
Oh
Since
no!
I'm Jewish?
Anyway.
That's fine by me. I'm not exactly interested in being friends with a sadistic doctor who has full-blown main character syndrome anyway. And then it got even weirder. She added a whole new server rule because of me.
Rule states we don't allow any Jews or Jew sympathizers here. Won't even talk to Jewish people without being a bitch about it. Instead of Raging Bull, you can't trust him, he's a Jew. Spurred on by Neven. Okay. Someone shared a tweet of yours in her server, which made her make that new rule. Legit just shared a tweet you made. Oh, hell no. Yes, I'm not joking, and she bans all Jewish people or Jewish sympathizers. Bruh. Like I said, I've got my criticisms of certain ways the Israelis handle things. I've got a video coming up reacting to a video that Leaflet actually put out where Benjamin Netanyahu and a lot of influencers going apeshit over the use of the juice box emoji on the recently acquired TikTok and talking about how it's not the way to handle it. Don't give it the Streisand effect. And the whole point of that video is just, this is not the way you handle things. Let these people spin their wheels. Let them whip themselves up into a frenzy if you like. But they will tire themselves out and ultimately prove ineffective. But to try and clamp down on it or exert some sort of control on it, that's just being neurotic about it, and it's not going to do you any favors. So you're best just letting the idiots out there, just let them tire themselves out. So I hope that point is communicated effectively. Because, yeah, this is going full retard. And as we all know, never go full retard.
Because someone shared one of my tweets. Imagine being so fragile that a single tweet rewrites your entire server. And banning Jewish people or anyone sympathizing with Jews, that's not moderation. That's bigotry. If my existence alone is enough.
And also I think it's a violation of Discord TOS, which, as we found out later, Akemi got her Discord account suspended and damn near got her server nuked off Discord because she and her simps just could not help themselves. It's the internet. I don't think they can get tired. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. But the majority of these people who spread those sorts of things, you have to ask, how effective is that? How effective is it? I mean, not very. If there is indeed still heavy Jewish influence in the world, you're spreading piddly little memes and talking about every single time. What does it accomplish, if anything? There's disseminating information via memes and slogans, and then there is actually exerting institutional governmental power and enacting policy. It's two different things. And one side has their memes, the other side has institutional power and the ability to enact government policy.
To make her overhaul her server guidelines, that says everything about her. So yeah, he doesn't like Lucky Ian because Raging Bull is Jewish, and because also she hates Mama Oko, a drama VTuber, and honestly a very cool person.
Yeah, if you've got a dislike, look, you can have your criticisms of Oko's takes. I don't agree with Oko 100% of the time. Two human beings are never going to agree with each other 100% of the time. But fundamentally, I think they are a good and decent person. Otherwise, I would not have allowed them to collab with me on a live event. Fairly certain if you've got that strong of dislike of Oko, might be something wrong with your character instead. Because from what I'm seeing, Oko is not some sort of frothy at the mouth anti-Semite. Oko does not engage in the sharing of revenge porn. They're just someone who likes to talk about drama on the internet and play video games and hang out with their friends. I've seen Oko's streams before. Very entertaining. I do like the choice of video games, especially that one that they had. I'm trying to remember the name of it, where it's like Sim City but a space station. You're building a space station. Oh, it looked like a rather fun game that they were playing. But yeah, I grew up in a time when you were allowed to disagree with each other and still be friends. Exactly. And unfortunately, I don't think we live in that time anymore. We may be getting back to it slowly but surely. I don't know. Jury's still out on that one. We'll have to see.
So she expected Saturn to decline the agency offer just so Akemi could keep her as a friend. She even told Saturn, if you don't ban them from your server, I'm not your friend anymore.
Yeah, to which they rightly said, fuck you.
Manipulated much? And then Akemi took things to a whole new level. She doxed Saturn's husband and posted a private Snapchat video that Saturn had sent her in private. She chose to upload a video that was sent to her privately. A video of Saturn's husband, and because of that...
that's... Look, if you send anything over DMs, there's always a risk that that information is going to get leaked. Because people can screenshot, and people can edit shit. If it goes out on the internet, it can be leaked, and it can be shared worldwide. The internet is forever. That being said, leaking something like that identifies you or identifies someone close to you, especially without the permission of the person sharing it, is still wrong. This becomes even more sensitive and dangerous in this particular line of content creation known as VTubing. We all use anime avatars or some sort of 2D or 3D avatar because we like our privacy. And we don't want our real names out there making the rounds. We don't want our locations being shared. We're almost like, in a way, we're like superheroes trying to protect our secret identities. Because we know if that information were to get tied to us, it could be used for people, bad actors, to harass and come after us and our families and people close to us. Plus, avatars are more fun. Yes, indeed they are. I wish I looked as good as Lord Rexworth IRL. I can try to come close, but he really is just a dashingly handsome fellow. Neven here is a member of a religious and ethnic minority that is targeted and persecuted in some parts of the world to the point where she steps foot in the wrong country and she's going to have a target on her back. Her life will be in danger. Especially considering the fact that she has served in the Israeli Defense Force. That makes her even more of a target. Especially if certain Mohammedan peoples figure that out. So little wonder that she uses a lovely anime avatar to conceal her face and her identity and protect herself. But sharing this sort of information, especially a video in confidence, can put people's lives in danger. That's why there's such an obsession with OPSEC. That's why one of my Oshi's leaflet is just so antisocial and afraid to go out anywhere. I don't know all the details, but she's had her life threatened before. Which is why she's become such a gun nut. And why she and her mother practically built a compound for themselves in the state of Texas. That is publicly available knowledge. She has talked about it before. I'm not revealing anything there. Keisha, same sort of thing she's had to deal with. Her location has been doxed to the point where she had to leave her apartment. I believe it is in Georgia. Again, she has talked about this before. I'm not revealing anything that's not already widely available. And she's had to live in the bunker, as she calls it, for a considerable amount of time, surrounded by strapping young lads that she calls the bunker bros, who have made sure that she is kept safe and that she has what she needs to live her life until such time it feels safe for her to return to her apartment. Can't blame her, yeah. I can't imagine what some of these people go through. And it is indeed different for girls. It sucks when it happens to the lads, but we're all strong enough that we know how to defend ourselves. It's the women that you have to be concerned with. Because physically they are weaker. And not all of them are like Leaflet and know how to handle a gun or a rifle. I suppose we could include Neven in that. That's part of her training in the IDF, I'm sure. I believe Kirsha is trained in how to use a firearm. I know my senpai Razorwind, ex-military, owns firearms, knows how to use them. I myself own firearms. I am also trained in how to use them. And I've made it clear, anybody who comes after me and my family, I live in exile in America, and I live in a place with a really strong respect for the Second Amendment. We'll just leave it there. It's canon, don't lie. There was those lines from Metal Gear Solid, that codec conversation between Metal and Snake, where she asks him, "Are you trying to sweep me off my feet?" And Snake just says, "Don't worry, you'll land back on them when you meet me. The reality is no match for the legend." And much as I sometimes hate to break with lore and kayfabe, the reality is no match for the legend with me, unfortunately. I do try. I will say I clean up rather well in a suit. But what you see here is a very heavily and liberally idealized version of myself. Spoiler alert, I do not have blonde hair IRL. I actually have black with a lot of salt and pepper gray starting to show through now. Not exactly a silver fox, but getting there. I'm trained, I own, I'm out of practice. Line up the dots on your sight. Point in the direction of what it is you're aiming for, and pull the trigger. But no, seriously, you probably should get back to the range, Phalanx. And I should also speak for myself. I need to get back to the range and do some practice. Because, as you've alluded to, practice is important. 1911 has a laser. Ah, that's good. I would like a 1911, to be honest. I'm warming up to the 1911. I think I was always put off a bit by the grip safety, but I don't know. I think that's might be a little bit better than the safety I've got on my pistol that I own. Mine is a variant of the Bolther PPK. Bit more ergonomic grip on that one, and chambered in 380, which for me has been a bit easier to handle, especially as far as recoil goes. But yeah, practice makes consistency, practice makes perfect, yes. Got a double stack commemorative deployment 9. A double stack, very nice. Really do some damage with that, can't you? Right, let's press on with the video, yeah?
That it ended up in Kiwi Farms, and once that happened, Kiwi Farms turned around and doxed Akimi too. They posted her full name, her address, photos of her house, and even pictures of her father, along with personal information about things that happened to him. And now Akimi is doing the exact same thing.
I don't know why it is like this, but apparently all of this is secondhand knowledge. Kiwi Farms apparently has a hate boner for VTubers. So, if your name appears more than once in passing, that is probably not a good sign. Again, issue of bad hombres in that part of the internet. And they, like I said, they've got an absolute hate boner apparently for VTubers, which is why the VTards, I guess, got targeted and got doxxed. Their names showed up more than once in information that was getting passed around and shared on the farms, and then eventually someone just started connecting dots elsewhere on the internet. Again, don't know why they've got such a hate boner for us VTubers, but they do. So that it is.
To nines. It's funny because you'd think that after you got doxxed and after it clearly messed you up, you wouldn't turn around and do it to someone who used to be a friend. But
you think so?
But I guess that's too much to expect. Honestly, I think you just want clout from people's suffering. You want attention, you want people talking about you, even if it's for something horrible. I mean, your own mod literally
was reasons, none of them probably any good, but reasons, yeah. Perhaps somebody on the farms got their fee set by a VTuber that they simped for long ago. I'm told that that's sort of the guiding light behind the hate boner that they've got for VTubers. The whole thing about don't simp for e-girls. I mean, if you can't really control yourself in your spending habits, probably a good idea, yeah, but at the same time, it legitimately sounds like incel behavior. But yeah.
Released a full Google Doc about how you're a bad person. How do you even get to that point? How does someone who was your mod,
Google
someone
Docky,
who supported you, end up writing 17 pages, yes, full 17 pages, explaining why you're a terrible person and why people should...
Well, I mean, 17 pages, I suppose that's... It's definitely not as bad as the 1,000 pages we saw come out of Cinder. So, this could always have been a lot worse.
Stay away from you. Narcissist, manipulative, and mad because someone in your own community was getting more attention than you and your own server. You just couldn't handle it.
Yeah, 17 pages. I mean, this is... Okay, TLDR. User by the name of Minnie posted herself a lot in Akemi Kurai's Discord media channels. Akemi expressed jealousy and insecurity over the attention that Minnie would garner, to the point of acting toxic toward her, and would not take any feedback on such from me, her community manager, prompting me to leave her community due to the toxicity. Seems larger than a college paper. Yes, this is more on the level of doctoral dissertation, perhaps.
Huh? Imagine being a streamer and crying because someone in your community is getting complimented. Like, seriously?
Don't appreciate how much attention Minnie receives on my server. It's a server about me. Seems like she's always the center of attention or liked more than I am, and it really bothers me. Sucks, bro. Get good. I mean, if you are legit being overshadowed in your own server, which I find that difficult to believe, first thing you need to do is get fucking good. I don't think I've written 17 pages for the school paper. I've come close. Of course, I've got a master's degree, so the writing assignments tend to be a bit longer and more intense, sort of. But yeah, higher up you get, graduate and doctoral levels, the longer the page count. 17 pages sounds about right for someone working on a PhD.
Your viewer gets a little attention and suddenly it's a crisis. If you can't handle your own community showing love to anyone but you, that's not insecurity. That's envy, entitlement, and main character syndrome all rolled into one. Most streamers are happy when their community is kind to each other. You treat it like a personal attack. That says more about you than it does about me. And if anyone wants to read that...
Yeah, someone with a much healthier view that doesn't have main character syndrome, if they see someone doing quote-unquote better than them, will just use it as inspiration to do better, to double their efforts. Whinging like this to someone in DMs, yeah, that's just pathetic.
A Google Doc, it's packed with information. Way more I even touched here. I'll leave it in the description. And
main character syndrome. I don't even have an NPC syndrome. That is probably for the good.
Minnie wasn't the only time Akemi demanded total loyalty. Is not a perfect example of how she treats her own community when someone drowns her spotlight even slightly. She literally told her server, if you support Shiro, you will be kicked. You must choose. Imagine being so insecure that you force...
You must choose. So something changed between what we saw just now and the whole, I'm not going to make you choose when it came to Saturn and Nines.
People to pick sides like it's a custody battle. That's not protecting your community. That's manipulation, control, and pure insecurity discussed as boundaries.
It's also something you have absolutely no control over. I'm sure there's plenty of people in my own community that follow content creators or consume some sort of content that I would either have no interest in or even might take a dislike to. I don't make them choose, because I've got no right to do that. I also have no control over that. Who you follow and what you watch is your business. I'm grateful that you're here. I'm really glad that you are here. I'm glad that of all the people you choose to consume the content of, that I'm one of them, but I also respect the fact that I'm not the only one. Because you've all got choices, just like I've got choices. And who I choose to watch during the day or listen to on a podcast or whatever, you are not going to like the same things that I do, and that's all right. saying that you have to choose, I would just be so insecure of me or of anyone else who dared to do that. That's really all it is with Akemi, is just insecurities. Insecurities stemming from a really poor self-image. People wouldn't listen to me, so I left because toxic. You took the toxicity with you. Oh, look, an ultimatum. Choose against the one that's forcing the choice. Yeah. Someone gives you an ultimatum like that, especially over something so petty. Most people are just going to walk away from whoever is issuing the ultimatum. There are good ultimatums in life, such as a spouse or a partner, and the other spouse or partner has like an addiction or something, and it's becoming something that's going to destroy their lives. And that is an instance where it's perfectly acceptable to issue an ultimatum. To say, look, I'm not going to shed a relationship between you and your addiction. It's either me or the addiction. But you can't have both. That right there is totally acceptable. And if they're serious about getting clean, they'll give up the addiction for the people they love. Because obviously they're not doing it for themselves. It's also your business. Don't make it the business of others, especially by force. Yeah. It's like at the end of the day, what we're talking about here is people making content on the internet. And that's millions of people. That big of a talent pool. And with some people, we use the term talent advisedly. You have absolutely no right to demand exclusivity from anyone for any reason. You just don't.
And if you think the loyalty test ended there, they didn't. When the Vitar did a small reunion stream, literally just friends hanging out, Akemi hate-watched it from the shadows and then started banning anyone from her server who appeared in the chat. Yes, she banned people for simply watching the stream.
Oh, Joe, there you are. Going to say thanks to Akemi and her server, but was banned for being there. I am so sorry that happened to you, Joe. But then again, as we've discovered, really toxic community she's built for herself. Especially some of the people. Yeah, like you said, no big loss. Yeah, she did you a favor. She did you a favor in the end. I've seen people banned for worse by even worse people. Getting that ban was for the better, definitely. Yeah, when I heard what was going on, I think I'd been in Akemi's server back when they still had the VTards and just never left. But yeah, when I heard what was going on, I noped right out of there. I don't want my name even remotely associated with anything like that. So they did not need to ban me. I left of my own accord because I knew nothing good could happen hanging around there. Who has the time for pettiness like that? Apparently, Akemi could I. So petty, she was hate watching a stream, watching who commented, comparing names between chat and the roster in a Discord, and banning people. Like Joe the Second here. Because she thinks she she thinks she's such a bad bitch, and you know, so important that she that she can demand that sort of exclusivity from people. I like the edgy jokes, but this personal attack stuff she always did was toxic as all hell. Yeah. People that do anything if they feel and know it's worth it to them. In the end, though, it wasn't. Because eventually, Akemi decided to go on some sort of hiatus and claim that she's seeking mental health treatment. I hope she's serious about that, because it sounds like she needs it. It sounds like she needs extensive time with a psychiatrist, or possibly even to be institutionalized, because that bitch is crazy. I mean, she's absolute
Imagine
nutter.
being so terrified of losing control that you punish your own community for enjoying content that isn't centered around you. That's not moderation. That's obsession, insecurity, and straight up cult leader behavior. Akemi has a habit of rewriting entire situations just to make herself look like the victim. Take this for example.
Wow, typical woman moment there. It was worth it at the time, but fuck around and find out, yeah? Akemi definitely found out.
She claimed that Straub came into her DMs acting holier than thou, and
I think this is referring to Darlene Straub, wife of Rev Says Desu. And, yes, this was when Akemi was trying to do the whole Christian VTuber rebranding arc, and gets called out by one of the Christian VTubers to end all Christian VTubers.
that peace was never an option. But here's what actually happened. Straub sent her a call.
I know you don't know me. You can take what I'm going to say with a grain of salt. I understand what it's like to be angry and upset over the things people say about you, especially when certain people won't leave you alone or dig deeper and try to smear your image. That being said, this isn't the answer. Jesus calls us to love our enemies, saying such cruel things will do nothing for you in the long term, and it won't help the immediate situation either. And for every follower you get from these interactions, is it really worth it if some of these people want you to be so hateful in all your approaches? Again, I hope you don't take this the wrong way, but as a sister in Christ, I wanted to share this with you. Please remember that people are looking to you as an example of Him. Their interactions with you will help shape their perception on Christ and Christianity as a whole. I know it's hard, but sometimes you just want to quote retweet and call someone out with every name in the book. But I ask you to ask yourself, is this truly how Jesus wanted us to live our lives? God bless you. Yeah, if you have to resort to name calling, you've lost the argument. Unironically needs Jesus. Some non-performative spirituality would do her some good. Yes, she's got some demons that she's got to deal with. We all do, to some extent. I don't say anything like that to try and throw stones if I live in a glass house. Yeah, I don't know. Someone once described themselves in a rather amusing way. Living in the American South like I have, you start to pick up on some things. And I remember one person saying one time that I'm a Christian, but I curse. I'm very much the same way. I don't portray myself as, I try not to portray myself as holier than thou, or as any better than anyone else. Definitely not your stereotypical Christian streamer. Believe in God, will say as many times as it needs to be said, Christ is Lord, and no one goes to the Father except through Jesus. And that some of the billboards I've seen whilst driving through parts of the United States, there's one in particular. Jesus is the answer to all your problems. That's accurate. No lies detected there. Most people would find that their lives would be better if they simply surrendered a lot of things, and surrendered all, in fact, to just give that stuff over to Jesus. But at the same time, I take a bit of a Templar mentality. I'm not going to roll over and get stepped on for Jesus, because the same Jesus that tells you to turn the other cheek also tells you, he that hath no sword, let him sell his garment and buy one. The same Jesus who said, let the little children come unto me, was also the same Jesus who flipped over tables and chased out money changers from the temple with a whip, and called them a den of vipers and thieves. And I think too many people in our faith emphasize the former and forget the latter. Even what we saw fairly recently with a smaller streamer who was part of a creator program on, I forget what, one of those VTuber mobile apps, over a supposedly edgy joke that wasn't really all that edgy, a meme of some kind. Action Phalanx, you probably, you were both there. I think you remember that particular instance. We reacted to a video by Lady Lark about that. This one particular VTuber got kicked out of a creator program over that because pissed off the Rainbow Mafia or something like that. Been a long time, but yeah. Boxy Prince, welcome in. Hi Rex, it's been so long. Indeed it has. How have you been? I was one of the few people, tried as best I could be to be one of the louder voices out there to just say, bro did nothing wrong. And he had nothing to apologize for. Shouldn't have cucked on that. Everyone else shouldn't have cucked on it either. Should have stood stronger and presented a united front. A lot of bad takes, a lot of L takes on that. But no, decided to surrender to the Rainbow Mafia and had to deal with the consequences as a result. Being all right, that's good. That's good. No, and it was a problem that I noticed with a lot of the Christian streamers and Christian VTubers, especially the female ones, who very quickly to try and very quick to try and reach consensus, even if it meant throwing a colleague in the space and a fellow traveler in the faith under the bus, as it were. I tried to keep pointing it out to everybody. No one would really listen, but it's one of those things where eventually they'll wake up and realize I was right all along. Our enemies circle the wagons. We need to be circling the wagons as well, especially around one of our own. We need to be looking out for someone in our tribe. And throwing them under the bus like that, not the way you go about doing things. And rightly, I pointed out, this is why we're losing. This is why we keep losing. As my mother says, you can be a Catholic and live by those values while still being willing to hold the institutions to account. Papal infallibility is a ridiculous doctrine. I imagine it's the same with other churches. Yeah, I've never subscribed to papal infallibility. I mean, just look at the last few popes that the Catholic Church has had. Definitely some L takes out of them. To the point where I wonder if the Vatican is compromised. Probably is, to a certain extent. Especially now with that Pope rave. Pope rave, I don't know anything about that. How have you been? Doing all right. Doing all right. Good to be home, at least for one night. And hoping to be back soon on the weekends to do more streaming. Let me grab the info on it real quick. Thank you.
Kind message telling her to take the high road and focus on her community instead of drama. And Akimi, she agreed with everything. She thanked her.
You're right, Straub. It's very infuriating to see people countlessly try to tear me down and smear my name. Letting my anger get the better of me. Don't want to be like these people who stoop down to their level. I needed to hear this to be reminded it is better to take the high road and ride as above. Should take some of my free time to spend with my loved ones, feel the love and joy, instead of letting myself feel the anger that's caused by these people. Well, she certainly knew how to pet at the right lines, didn't she?
Said she needed to hear it. She said she wanted to rise above, and she added the message with thank you. Now suddenly she's acting like Straub was lecturing her. That's not standing for yourself. That's rewriting history, because you can't stand the idea that
women love to do that, I've noticed. I especially noticed it with one of my exes. Rewrote history so much that she started writing complete and total fabrications. Put the video in the news area in the Discord. All right. Take a look at that. Oh, there it is. Pope Leo XIV gives his apostolic blessing to the bedlam of noise. All right, let's have a look here.
Dear young people, with joy I greet you as you gather before the splendid Cathedral of Kosice, which is a beating heart of faith and hope. Jesus calls you to be witnesses of communion.
Correction, most women do that. Yeah, most, not all. Too many. As a female-born gender-fluid person who often identifies as a woman, I can confidently say it's not all. Yeah, not all, but too many.
Builders of bridges and sowers of trust in a world often marked by division and suspicion. Do not be afraid then to show that you are Christians, to live the gospel with enthusiasm, and to share the joy that springs from encountering the Lord. In every situation of our life, we will experience that we are never alone. For as children, we are always loved, forgiven, and encouraged by God. With affection, I impart to you my apostolic blessing and entrust each of you to the protection of the Virgin Mary, Mother of the Church and Queen of Peace. And may the blessing of Almighty God, the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit come upon you and remain with you always. Amen.
Very dramatic music. Probably should put some sort of epilepsy warning on this.
Witness the communion.
Okay, that's interesting. I don't know. I'm conflicted on that. On the one hand, even if all you have is synthesizers, yeah, probably a better idea to use it for a more high church approach. But on the other hand, there's always the argument that could be made that you have to meet people where they're at. And if it takes rave and house music to spread the gospel, whatever works. Not my cup of tea, but if it leads people to the faith, whatevs, man. I don't have to understand it. As long as they're going to church, and as long as they are living an upright sort of life, again, whatever works. Fellow kids, I don't know, I guess it appeals to some people. I suppose it does. It's like that King of the Hill episode. Yeah. I remember whenever they would have episodes that feature church. Very interesting. No offense, I don't think I'm in the mood to discuss religious terms and stuff, so I'll catch you next time. All right. Church has modernized many times through its history in order to stay culturally relevant. That's why it appropriated so many pagan traditions in Europe, for example. That's true. That's true enough. Taking the ways of the heathen and transforming them into something sacred. All right, let's get back to this here. We're almost done.
That someone else was the reasonable one, and now she even says she's a grifter who claims to be Christian. Really? This is the same girl who's...
Yeah, I'm fairly certain Straub is not a grifter. That this is... It's a genuine... I would almost dare to describe it as a heel turn in a lot of her content, because I remember some of the content that Straub would put out, and some of it got a bit spicy at times. Spicy in the terms of, like, sensual and seductive. Put it to you this way, chat. Straub had an ara that could it could send chills down your spine. In a good way, of course. She doesn't do that sort of thing anymore. She's gone from sexy ASMR streams to let's play family-friendly video games and read the Bible on stream. Which, I mean, hey, if that's what she feels called to do, God bless her. I mean, I know I've certainly made plenty of podcast episodes that are overtly Christian and focusing on a certain theme centered around passages in the Bible. In fact, starting out, that was something we did every Sunday. It was a format that I called Sanctus Ecclesia. And it was a fairly short stream, only about an hour to 90 minutes. And there were prayers, and there was a message. It was almost like a VTuber digital church service. I was about to say good or bad chills. Definitely the good chills. She's got quite the voice on her. Akemi could learn from the story of Jesus and the prostitute. Straub made that journey in a sense. In a sense. I don't think Straub was never really a lewd tuber. She kind of went up to the line sometimes, but never really went over the line. At least from what I saw. But yeah. Straub found Jesus, got married to Rev. Rev's coming around to the faith as well. A lot of good coming out of those two. Though, there are sometimes I see things that Rev posts on Twitter in response to other people. And it's like, bro, I know she's your wife, but you need to chill. Seriously. But can't fault him for standing up for his woman.
Sent you a peaceful, supportive message, and you thanked her for it. But now the narrative doesn't benefit you. She magically becomes a grifter. Someone pretending to be Christian. This is what narcissists do. When kindness no longer serves their image, they rewrite reality and turn the kind person into the villain. And then we have that situation. The one who said porn should be illegal. And then proceeded to force people to watch 9's old porn. So
yes,
basically, her Twitter...
That also just... You try to go through this rebranding as a Christian streamer, and you talk about how porn should be illegal, and then you stream someone's pornography in your server. Akemi is literally living up to that Freerin meme, where Freerin says, to them, words are just a means to deceive humans.
account got suspended twice, her Discord account got banned, they even limited her on second Discord twice after that, and now she has a Telegram group since she can't get banned there. What exactly are you doing there? Selling drugs? Sharing porn? Or just hiding? Because it's the only platform that won't ban you. Just asking, you know, based on your past behavior. And since Akemi loves bringing up Nine's past, let's actually look at the truth. I mean, she must be a terrible person, right? Because Akemi wanted revenge on her. So clearly, that's all the evidence we need, right? Yeah, no. Is what actually happened. No. The first time Nines got doxxed years ago, around the time her old porn launched.
Maybe she gives him a nice dinner whenever he does that hardcore defense shtick. What a man and his wife do behind closed doors is their business and no one else's. But I'm happy for them. They seem to be doing well together as a couple and also as VTubers and content creators. And I hope that they continue to be successful, that they continue to be happy, and I hope that in the near future they give birth to and raise lots of little Strobs and little Revs, and that they have a very happy life together. I think that's the best possible outcome that anyone could hope for them.
The second time was when Kiwi Farms doxed her. They posted their username from the porn site and her full address. And there's a third time when Akemi herself dug Nine's old videos and forced people in her voice chat to watch them. So basically, you say porn should be illegal, and yet here you are on your Discord, sharing videos from Nine's past, her porn, her trauma, her abusive history, forcing people to watch it. And if anyone tries to leave the VC, they got banned.
All lurkers will be purged from my Discord. You'll only be allowed to stay if you're an active chatter. We'll post stream announcements on Twitter, so you'll not need to be in the Discord for those. Yeah, this is... Raise a strawberry patch. A strawberry patch. Good one.
Because if you leave, it means you want to leave things, right? Yeah, because it's definitely not because people don't fucking want to watch porn together on Discord, right? Forget the fact that what you did is disgusting.
Wait, let's go back to that. Hang on.
Want to watch porn together on Discord, right?
Someone's saying... No, two people saying, fucking clean up. Delete after you post T. Remember to clean up. Yeah. If people are saying stuff like that, you know you've done something wrong. You know you've done something wrong. I mean, here's a brilliant idea. Maybe don't fucking post the tea to begin with. Because it's really not your tea to post. And if you never post it, you never really have to worry about cleaning up. There's an older way of describing that. 3 simple words. Mind your business. These people really need to give that a try. They would find that their lives would be so much easier, so much more stress-free, so much happier and peaceful. Now, don't be gossiping. Don't poop where you eat. Another bit of sound advice. But yes, a lot of this is... Well, this is more than idle gossip that they were engaging in. This was malicious. But don't engage in idle and malicious gossip. And you'll be fine.
Forget the fact that what you did is disgusting on its own. Sharing revenge porn, sharing someone's abusive past publicly to humiliate them, that alone shows massive mental issues. But forcing people to sit there and watch porn with you on Discord while you have a fucking boyfriend. Like, what is wrong with you? Oh, come on. You didn't dox anyone. You posted someone's photos in your server simply because you didn't like how they looked. That's not calling someone out. That's doxing out of spite. Leaking someone.
And Akemi really has no room to talk because without having seen photos or anything like that, or what little I have seen, and what some people have, no, not going to go there.
An identity just because their appearance annoys you. And Cheryl wasn't any different. You posted her picture. Just because you were annoyed she shared her birthday wish list. That is doxing. It's basic level doxing, but still doxing.
Yeah. Sharing stuff like this is doxing. And you can argue, as some people did, about, well, is this really a doxing technically? Yes, it is. This was videos and photographs that identify people that wanted to remain to a certain extent anonymous. So yeah. Sharing revenge porn? Yeah, that's doxing. Leaking photographs of other people when they did not want to do a face reveal? Yeah, that's doxing. Maybe not in any sort of technical legal sense, but it's still doxing.
You didn't leak anything? Then why did you upload a private Snapchat video of Saturn's husband? The one that ended up on Kiwi Farm?
Yeah, this bloke did nothing to anyone. This is somebody that was not even involved in any of this. And now he's got his face plastered out there. They were completely innocent in all of this. And Akemi and her lot made it his problem.
Because of you. You didn't send followers. Strange how your fans just happened to mock someone's miscarriage and even sent insulting vegan commissions all conventionally right after you talked about her. Totally a coincidence, right? And now we're at the part you really don't want anyone talking about. Because this isn't drama anymore. This is dangerous, illegal, and outright disgusting. You pulled up Nine's old porn. The videos cite her abuse and trauma and forced people in your VC to watch them. Let's be clear. That's not misinformation. That's not assumptions. That's not venting. This is revenge porn. This is harassment. This is humiliation. And honestly, it's sadistic. Even if the videos were already online years ago, you were the one reattached them to our current VTuber identity. That's not exposing the truth. That's redoxing, connecting a trauma to a person who rebuilt her life under a different name. So, a normal person doesn't do this. A mentally stable person doesn't do this. Someone with empathy definitely doesn't do this. You knew her history. You knew the abuse. Still choose to weaponize her trauma for entertainment. At this point, it's not VTuber drama.
Girl be spitting facts here.
It's a sign you need to step away from the fucking internet and get actual professional help. Because when you humiliate victims, expose minors to 18+ content, dox people out of spite, and weaponize someone's trauma, people aren't lying about you. They're just finally seeing the truth. You didn't get exposed. You exposed yourself.
No lies detected. That's a good video from Neven. Let me give that a like. And post that in all the chats there. That way you can go give it a watch. And definitely give Neven a follow too. Looks like she's... doesn't have a whole lot of content yet. Just, small handful of videos. But it's good content. So it looks like she's getting her feet wet. Still a bit new to this. Can tell just as a broadcast veteran, a little more practice. it does seem like she was reading off of a script, and that is definitely an art form to doing that without sounding like you're obviously reading off of a script. But that's just things that'll come with practice and time. She's off to a great start. So I don't really have any notes. Anyways, good stuff from Neven. Give her a follow. Follow her across all platforms. Follow her on X. Follow her on Twitch, where she normally streams. Give her a follow here on YouTube. She really should consider streaming on Kick and Rumble while she's at it. But I can understand starting out with just a few channels at first. Let's see. What else we got? Oh. Internet drama. Think Before You Sleep has got an interesting thing. I don't know if anybody is familiar with the Japanese content creator. Well, they're not Japanese, but they live in Japan. The Gaijin content creators. Oriental Pearl, you might or might not have heard of her. And Chris Broad from Abroad in Japan, you definitely have heard of him by now. Reminds me, got to put that rant script together. More so just compiling the notes onto a notepad file. Yeah, I kept hitting you lose all your notes, and they just sort of ended up as a pile on the floor. Yeah, I did. Yeah, you definitely need to compile that into a video. But yeah, new season of Husband Hotel. TLDR on that is that kind of sucks, which is what I've heard. Same thing with the new season of One Punch Man, and probably a lot of other content right out there that I don't really bother watching. Anyway, Think Before You Sleep. New video from them. Talking about Oriental Pearl. Put out a video about a growing problem with graffiti in Japan, especially around Tokyo. That provoked a response from Chris Broad, who said, no, this has kind of always been there, and it's not that big of a deal. Heard about that, especially now with the mass deportations incoming. Yes, Japan's got a new government, new prime minister, and they want mass deportations. It sounds like they've got the political capital to actually get it now. So let's take a look at this whole thing. Good God, this is over an hour long. I don't think we're going to watch the whole thing. But yeah, Chris Broad responded to video by Oriental Pearl, basically accusing her of being clickbaity and just saying, oh no, it's not that big of a problem and whatnot. But yeah, that sparked a whole bit of internet drama over on that side of the world.
Graffiti all over the wall.
Ugh.
Somebody illegally dumped their household trash here.
Oh,
this
that's not where that's supposed to go.
Weeks. There's even graffiti on the abandoned house.
That's disgusting.
This isn't London. It's not New York. This is actually Tokyo, Japan.
Never would I have imagined that a small video about graffiti would cause such a firestorm. For those of you who don't know, this is a YouTuber who goes by Oriental Pearl or Alyssa.
Good content creator. We've actually watched and reacted to a video that she had before about a town of immigrants in Japan, most of them from South America and Central America.
A while back, Alyssa made this video here called What is Happening to Japan, where she goes into various places in Tokyo and talks about criminal activity, teenagers in poverty, and homelessness.
It's sad. There's a lot of elderly homeless people in Japan and an alarming number of young homeless, which was not very common in the past.
In response, Chris Broad, who probably has the biggest foreigner in Japan YouTube channel based on monthly views, went onto Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, the YouTube community tab, and Alyssa's comment section to show his disgust at her video.
This is the most ridiculous video I've seen in 13 years living in Japan. There was graffiti a decade ago, there's graffiti now. Kabukicho may be busier now, but it was far dirtier and more dangerous 10 years ago. This sort of sensationalist content might get the views, but it's not painting the objective reality on the ground. Absolutely no talk of her mentioning problems with homelessness and prostitution and whatnot. Though he did eventually, I think, talk about homelessness, but claimed it wasn't as big of a problem. I don't know. They'll get to all that.
Calling her a grifter who produces sensationalist content designed to...
Seems like he missed the forest for the trees. Yeah, I think with this one, as we'll see, Chris is going to be taking the piss on this one. This is not something he's going to win this time. I think Pearl's got is onto something here. And I mean, just look at what we saw there just now. Just for those short scenes, like I go to Japan, I don't want to see that as a tourist, and I certainly can't imagine anyone who lives there wants to see that either. But I take a sort of... I'm a big fan of broken windows policing, where you see garbage strewn out somewhere that's not supposed to be, graffiti in places where it's got no business. I mean, there is no place where graffiti needs to be anywhere. And that sort of thing, if it lingers, eventually it's going to bring other problems. It's going to bring worse problems, because the wrong kind of people are going to see that and say, we can do bad shit here and nothing's going to happen to us. We can, you know, it creates the temptation for the criminal mind and for people with inclinations toward criminality to want to do worse things. It starts with garbage being left out somewhere it's not supposed to be, and some graffiti on the walls. And next you've got more burglaries in the neighborhood. And then it gets to the point where people are getting mugged in the street, and women are being sexually assaulted on their way home, or on their way to school or to work. And then it gets to the point where you can't even walk around at night, even with street lamps on and everything, because some maniac with a knife or some other deadly weapon will just come up and just randomly stab you or kill you. And it all starts when you let the sides down with something as simple as your rubbish being left out, or graffiti on the walls. And it only gets worse when you start letting in massive numbers of immigrants, of migrants from other countries who don't share your mentality or values, who don't have any appreciation for this sort of thing, especially some of the people that the previous government in Japan were wanting to import from India and from the Middle East. Those people especially are notorious for just leaving their rubbish out, whatever, just throwing trash out on the streets, and just thinking, oh, it's the other bloke's problem. You get enough people in a country like that, and eventually it turns into a shithole with trash strewn out everywhere. And the Japanese don't want that. They'd also like to be able to walk the streets at night in peace and be left alone. Or be able to ride the train in peace and not have some weirdo, smelly foreigner come up to them and touch them inappropriately. Yeah, eventually it turns into Dearborn, Michigan. You're trying to mix oil and water and it's not working. It's not so bad when you import from other Southeast Asian countries, similar mentalities, similar type nations, similar type governments, similar peoples. Not exactly the same, but similar. Not so bad when you bring in white Europeans. Most of those people are net positive contributors to wherever they go. They're good people, they work hard, and for the most part, they're upstanding citizens, even in foreign lands. Indians, Middle Easterners, certain people from Central and South American countries, Africans. You can't always say the same, unfortunately.
Make Japan look bad in exchange for views and money, instead of, a person who's trying to look after her community and reflect the interests of the local Japanese people. After seeing the comments that Chris made, Alyssa wrote a post on Facebook and made this video asking him to remove the comments.
No, that's an L move. Don't do that. It makes you look censorious and controlling. And it's like, what sort of response do you expect from him? Did you really think he was going to say, you know what, you're right, I'll take it down? No. He's going to say, fuck you, and he's going to leave it up. And he has. So your efforts were for nothing.
Which I get why she said it, but in my opinion, this is a dumb decision because it sounds like she's trying to censor her critics.
There's a lot of problems with this post other than just being malicious, unnecessary. I asked him to take it down, it's still up.
Yeah, this was a bad...
I get that the laws are also different over in Japan. One has to be very careful with their criticism. As we'll see, I think later on in this video, I think he talks about it. Chris actually blurred out Pearl's face in a lot of the screen caps in any video that he featured on his video. And a lot of people have been commenting about that to say that the reason he did that was because of Japan's defamation laws, which are some of the most draconian in the world. In Japan, to give you a sense of perspective, and I'm not a lawyer, not an expert in the law, so full disclaimer on that. Consult with a qualified attorney if you've got any more advanced questions. My basic understanding of defamation, libel, slander laws in Japan, in Western countries, and especially in the United States, truth is considered an absolute defense. To where you can argue in a court of law, I was just telling the truth based on the facts that I had. And in most cases, that's an acceptable defense. And most of the time, it's enough grounds for any sort of dismissal of any type of defamation suit. In Japan, it's a bit different. Truth is not an absolute defense. Even if you are telling the absolute God's honest truth, yes, action, rep counts for a lot in Japan. Yes, even if you are telling the truth, the absolute God's honest truth, if it damages a person's reputation by telling that truth, they can still come after you for defamation. They can still legally come after you, and they might even win. And they might get awarded damages. It's why people have to be so careful. And it's why so often in any sort of translator communications in Japan, especially when it comes to media coverage or people editorializing, it always seems like they really pull their punches. A lot of very nuanced, a lot of very soft blows, if anything. Because they're trying to avoid legal action like that. That's probably why Chris Broad blurred Pearl's face in his videos, because he was trying to avoid any sort of defamation suit. Which may still go on. I don't know. But, yeah.
Move. Chris was accusing her of some pretty harsh and untrue things, but I don't think she should have said that. Anyway, now that we're all caught up, let's talk about this video here that Chris made where he copies Alyssa's title, What is Happening to Japan? Originally, before Chris made this video, I wasn't really going to talk about this drama outside of a small mention in a different video that I was already working on. However, Chris's video was so dishonest and manipulative that I'm surprised that it wasn't made by...
Turns into Coventry, could work in small numbers. Pressure, the majority molds you into the society. For some reason, saying that in Europe makes me a fascist. There's a lot of things that... There's a lot of truths that that we say that in Europe, in Britain, we would be branded far right for that.
By Hassan Piker, and the worst part is that you can't tell he's being manipulative unless you know a lot about his channel, have insider information on the subject, and can interpret statistics. So of course everyone took Chris aside because his following is much bigger, and it requires at least 10 seconds of research to prove some of his points as false. Well, this video didn't help either, but the lack of fact-checking of Chris's video, particularly from other YouTubers, was disgusting. Now, full disclosure, I've been friends with Alyssa for about a year. She helped out a lot with my Japan trip, so I do have a bias. However, I've been a fan of Chris's channel for probably close to 10 years. So
I think most people by now have heard of both channels, but especially Chris's channel abroad in Japan. He's been at this game for a long time.
I think that cancels out the friend bias. I'm not taking Alyssa's side because we're friends. I'm taking her side because I think Chris is wrong on this subject and was highly manipulative. And also because in order to make his point, Chris essentially rubber stamps vandalism, which particularly pisses me off because as an American, I'm tired of people constantly defending criminal behavior. It's not a violent riot where people are setting buildings on fire. It's a mostly peaceful protest. Oh, come on, the graffiti's not that bad. There's always been graffiti in Japan. Look,
again, that's how the trouble starts. And I think most Japanese would actually agree with me that, yeah, this is where the trouble usually starts. First, it's graffiti and rubbish being left out. And then before you know it, if left unchecked, it will turn an entire neighborhood, possibly even an entire nation, into a shithole. Again, that is why I am adamant, staunch defender of broken windows policing. I mean, you even see it over in Singapore, where they will flog you publicly for spitting out gum on the street. Why they banned the sale of chewing gum in Singapore. Because they have a multicultural society. Oh yeah, they brought back caning for graffiti. Good! There are some people in this world, you can find them, you can lock them up in jail, and it won't change anything. Beat the shit out of them with a cane? They'll fucking learn all right. They won't do that again. And that's the approach with Singaporean law, is to send a warning to the rest of people, to the rest of the people. Because they've got a multicultural society. And they keep things exactly in balance in terms of the different ethnic groups that they've got. And they are an authoritarian country. And they have to be. Because if they don't, chaos ensues. Lee Kuan Yew knew that. he knew with a multiracial, multicultural society like Singapore that you had to have a firm authoritarian hand. Otherwise, it would be bedlam. He wrote about it extensively. You will learn respect and pain will be your teacher, Fire Lord Uzai. Good quote. No, but it's the trade-offs. You can have a multicultural, multiracial society that is authoritarian, or you can have a monocultural ethno-state that is open and free. You cannot have a multicultural, multiracial society that is open and free. Because all of the different factions will take advantage of and loot the system for their benefit. And they won't give a fuck about the laws unless they are enforced to draconian levels. Because with some of these groups, force is all they understand. There are certain parts of the world and certain peoples that they have to institute caning or corporal punishment of some kind for something as simple as graffiti. Because that is the only way they will fucking learn. Other people, such as white Europeans, you can fine them. You can force them to be in jail for a little while. You can sentence them to community service. They'll get the picture, and they'll stop. Other people, you have to beat the shit out of them in order to get them to understand. That is not racist. That is not xenophobic. That is just the facts on the ground. I mean, hell, exiling was a form of punishment way back when, because what better way to get rid of a problem than getting rid of a problem? Yes. Especially back in a time when exile from a tribe or from a village meant certain death. You would be cast out into the elements, into the wild, and it would just be a matter of time before gigantic woodland creatures would find you and devour you for dinner, and think nothing of it the next day. Raiders, welcome in. Metal Angel Gully. How was your stream? Welcome in, everybody. We're getting devoured by woodland creatures. Many moons ago, when the world was a lot less developed and people were much more primitive, yes, exile meant you probably were going to get devoured by bears or something. It was good. Lots of cake. We do love cake. The edible variety and also the sexy anime waifu ass variety. Hang on a minute. Let's get some shout-outs for Metal Angel Galley here. It was the latter since it was Stellar Blade. Ah! That's some of the best cake out there. That's some of the best cake on the market. You are eating good tonight. That is really good cake. Everyone do make sure you go follow Metal Angel Galley. There we go. Fantastic streamer. It was indeed good cake. Hell yeah. We love some good cake. Anyways, Raiders, if it's your first time here, I'm Lord Rexworth. I'm an English Nova and VTuber. We're just sort of chilling and vibing and doing a lot of video reacts tonight. I don't know if I'm going to get to any video games, especially since about 9:38 Central Time. But yeah, it's yeah, we're doing a bit of a react to what's going on with the internet drama with over in Japan with gaijin YouTubers. Basically done with the main story, so now it's time to do some collection. Ah, the side quests. Trying to get that 100% completion, I see. Haven't had cake in a while, but wife's birthday's coming up. Getting a free cake from work, so it'll be nice. Get them out. Yes. Been plenty of gaijin YouTubers causing their share of trouble lately. This is more of the internet drama type rather than the Johnny Somali type. I haven't really kept up with what's going on with that whole saga, but I think he's still supposed to be going to prison for a long time in South Korea, which is good. That's exactly what he deserves. But anyways, yes. Welcome in, everybody. If you need to, after stream care, please do all of that. Get up and stretch, grab yourself something to eat, something to drink, and then feel free to kick back and relax and join us as we explore the tea here between Oriental Pearl and abroad in Japan. Which, spoiler alert, as I said earlier, it looks like Chris Broad's going to have to take the piss on this one.
Here's some graffiti from the 90s, therefore it's okay. That doesn't matter, Chris.
It's
Unless
not
the
okay.
property owner consented to it being there, it's a crime, and it's not wrong for Alyssa to be upset about that. Clearly, Japanese people don't think it should...
I'm not a resident of Japan. I'm not a citizen of Japan. But as I have been going on ad nauseum tonight, I don't like seeing all this graffiti. And I'll be honest with you, I didn't really notice it in my travels to Japan, which were in before COVID. It was 2018 and 2019 that I went to Japan. Mostly stayed around Tokyo, but also went to Gotemba and Mount Fuji. Didn't see a lot of graffiti, I don't recall. But in the server, we do a lot of watch parties, and a lot of the content that I like to show in our watch parties, if we're not watching a film or television show, we do like to watch walking tour videos. I don't know if anybody's familiar with walking tour videos. Basically, it's really simple content where bloke with the camera will, on a stable mount, will just walk around the streets in a touristy city of some kind. My personal favorites happen to be the ones in like Tokyo, Yokohama, Osaka, and especially Sapporo. I'm quite fond of the city of Sapporo. Let me post this to YouTube as well. If anyone's interested in joining the Castle Rexworth Discord, you may do so. I have to go and manually put this in on Kick. Hang on. Multiculturalism is a temporary state that exists only during the transition from one dominant culture to another. That is true. True and real. There we are. Right. You can reframe graffiti since it's an expression of social discontent. A small amount means the society is able to grow. No graffiti means stifling control and lack of ability for the society to evolve. Never heard it put that way. I can see it being an expression of social discontent. So if there's a lot out there, the more graffiti you see, the more social discontent that is. I suppose that's fair. Small amount means the society is able to grow. That being said, it's still illegal. It's still property damage because it does take time and effort to either scrub or paint over, that sort of thing. Also might mean if there's no graffiti, that cleanup crews are on constant watch. Yeah. I mean, we do know that at one point crime was so low in Japan that cops had taken to running speed traps on bicyclists who were pedaling too quickly through along bike paths or something. And also, there was the odd knicker thief. They were stealing women's undies that were hanging out on balconies of flats to dry. That was also the big thing that they were focusing on in terms of major crimes. Trying to find panty thieves.
To be there because there are anti-graffiti signs everywhere in Japan. Anyway, let's get into Chris's video.
The other day I started receiving messages from people asking me if Japan is okay, linking a rather ominous sounding video called What is Happening to Japan? It wasn't just the title and thumbnail that were ominous, but the description reading,
I see her
Is
face blurred
Japan
out.
cooked? I've seen a lot of changes and things seem to be getting worse. In an era where I'm now being sent daily AI videos and photos that sorely misrepresent Japan from bizarre and questionable accounts, it made an almost refreshing change to be sent something produced by a human being.
Yeah, why didn't you have a crash out about that problem? I mean, those AI videos constantly spread false information about Japanese culture. Personally, I think that's a much bigger issue as YouTube is flooded with them, so where's the video about that? Anyway, let's talk about Tokyo, more specifically a part of Tokyo called Kabukicho.
For half of the runtime of the video, the creator in question walks through Kabukicho in Shinjuku.
Sorry about the instant pause, but you might notice that throughout the video, Chris continuously blurs Alyssa's face and her channel name, and calls her the creator in question instead of by her name or by her YouTube channel.
Why is he blurring her face? Why is he blurring her face out? And no reference to the channel?
Again, I think he might be doing this because of the laws in Japan regarding defamation. If crime becomes impossible, your society evolves from the top down, your values are prescribed from the central authority. That's the thing. I don't think crime will ever be impossible. I mean, unless you live in, like, North Korea or something like that. But then again, that speaks to your point, Joe, of values being prescribed from a central authority.
Oh, no way. No way he did that.
Allow me to point out that this is not to protect her from Chris's viewers harassing her, which is something that will happen anytime you criticize someone, no matter what preventative actions you take.
It's inevitable.
But Alyssa has a channel with over 1 million subscribers. Anyone who would write a mean comment about her already knows who Chris is talking about. So this is not an altruistic protective move. What's actually going on here is that he's using an old Twitch streamer technique of purposefully not mentioning people by name, because big creators know that the easier they make it to find the person they're criticizing, the more followers they will bleed to their opposition, because it allows followers to fact-check their favorite creator and sympathize with the person that they're criticizing. This is a strategy that Hassan Piker and friends love using, so that less people will find out that actually the creator in question is not as bad as you made them out to be.
Hassan calls out the haters in Slap.
Yeah. Something that people should be aware of. Chris Broad, good friends with the Trash Taste lads. That's Connor, Sea-Dog VA, and Joey the Anime Man, and Gart. And they are apparently buddies with Hassan Piker. We've had him on for a couple of episodes of the Trash Taste podcast. So they all sort of run in those circles.
Tubers.
Oh my god. All the fucking haters online get suck my dick too. Oh my god. All the fucking slop tubers.
Obviously talking about me here, but he's never gonna mention my name. Just in case one person from his audience checks out my channel and realizes that Hassan is a complete fraud and everything.
Chris blurring Alyssa's face.
I mean, we knew that already. That's not hard to figure out. Honestly, if you believe there's anything authentic about Hassan Piker, if you believe he has any salient points whatsoever on anything, you're a fucking idiot. Meow D, thank you for the follow.
This is him basically saying, I'm afraid of losing followers, so I'm going to intentionally make it harder to fact check what I'm saying. I mention this because Chris very clearly tells his audience,
on the one hand, I can understand he's playing the game. It's like, don't give your opposition any free publicity or any more than you have to. At the same time, if you've got a salient argument and you feel confident and secure in your position and you don't really feel you have anything to hide or even necessarily anything to lose, I can understand the argument of, yeah, just go ahead and show a face. Link to the video. I mean, we've done some video reacts here where I've practically crashed out because what I'm looking at is just pure idiocy from people. And yet, I still link to the video, still tell people to go watch it. I might tell them to give it a thumbs down instead of a thumbs up, but I mean, I'm fairly secure in my position. I'm not afraid of losing followers or something like that. I'm just reacting and giving my opinion. And if something is shit, I'm going to call it shit. And I'm sure people are clever enough to go find it for themselves, so it's like, we might as well skip over that.
To not watch Alyssa's content or do any critical thinking for themselves. I don't care how bad you think the content is, outwardly discouraging your followers from watching the source material for themselves so they can come to their own conclusions is immoral. But I wonder why he...
Just here to not watch your video and give you a thumbs down? Alright. That person was a dickhead, but whatever.
Would say that maybe people would find out that he's lying about some things. Maybe he's avoiding important arguments. Maybe he edited things out of context or said she said things that she didn't say.
Yeah.
Well, why don't we...
Because, people are not always entirely honest. Boy, you don't say.
We get into that.
For half of the runtime of the video, the creator in question walks through Kabukicho in Shinjuku, Japan's biggest nightlife district, with a reputation for being dirty and gritty, filming bin bags, litter, and homeless people. And it's at this point I need to reiterate, if you don't know Japan, Kabukicho or Shinjuku can be a bit of a shock. And in recent years, it's been gentrified more than perhaps anywhere in Tokyo. It used to be genuinely quite dangerous. In the short-form content, the same videos show the litter being intercut at times with foreign tourists, who are queuing unremarkably to take a photo of the Toho Godzilla statue.
I mean, I don't know who edited this, but this shot looks like a bunch of Japanese people loitering, not tourists. So, a real good example of your points. The next shot has tourists in it, which I guess Chris is using to suggest that Alyssa is a racist trying to make people hate foreigners. But also note that Kabukicho is a massive...
They don't need any help with that. They don't need any help with that whatsoever.
Tourist spot, so it's really hard to take B-roll footage without showing tourists. More importantly, Chris avoids Alyssa's main point about Kabukicho, which is not about trash on the street, but about prostitution being made worse by COVID lockdowns.
Right after the pandemic, a lot of runaways from all across the country, even really young kids, middle school and high school age, came and gathered here at Toyoko Hiroba. So there were the Toyoko kids, the runaways from Japan, all across the country that came to Shinjuku. They'd stay in the manga cafes, they'd work, not legal jobs during the daytime. but you don't see them so much anymore because it became so famous in Japan that the police had to get involved and put a stop to it. And I had
it started attracting too much heat, and something like that could result in a loss of face, and they can't have that.
never seen anything like this in Japan before. Not only the
I mean, there's some real shit she's talking about, and this is presenting the real Japan, warts and all. James 5575, thank you for the follow. Which I'm in favor of this. That's the one thing I do like about Oriental Petal's content, is that she shows life in Japan, warts and all, and is not afraid to kind of delve into some of the darker side elements of Japan, which every country's got it. Yes, I know. But what is sold so often to the rest of the world is that Japan is heaven on earth, nirvana, paradise. And in many ways, it is for people who live there for a short time. But even people who live there for many years, you can build a very comfortable life there. I know that I would love the opportunity to live long-term in Japan. Maybe not someplace in central or southern Japan, but, you know, I wouldn't mind living in someplace like Hokkaido. Hokkaido is beautiful, and still get 4 seasons. Relatively mild in the summer, this last summer being an exception. But I think most of us, given the opportunity, we would love to live, work, build a life in Japan, because it is one of the few functioning societies left. And a lot of that, I think, is due to the fact that they are a monocultural ethno-state. They predominantly have one people, and they've built a society that works, and works for them. And in comparison to where a lot of tourists and a lot of foreigners come from, it also works for them too. In some ways better than where they come from. I love the idea that Tokyo, or any other major city in Japan, has working subway systems that you can get anywhere you need to go, on foot, hop a train, take a taxi. And so many things are just so walkable. Really good for your health. I can't get that sort of thing where I live presently. Can't really get that sort of thing outside of London. A lot of major European cities, you know, it's a bit hit and miss. In Japan, it just all works. There's convenience stores in every corner where you can grab a quick bite to eat or do your grocery shopping. You've got fun places to go and things to do. You know, you're spoiled for choice with some of the best food. And the booze selection is incredible. I mean, it really is a lovely and fun place to go to. Whether you're going there for work or for a holiday, Japan is fantastic. But it's not without its problems. The exchange rate is fantastic if you're bringing in like US dollars or British pounds. But it sucks if you're holding Japanese yen. They've had to deal with inflation and price increases just like everyone else, and they're struggling. And for some people, things like basic accommodation are out of reach. I mean, there's a reason so many people live in manga cafes. Because it's the cheapest option. They've got nowhere else to go. And I do seriously think that Japan is absolutely underreporting their homeless figures because they know it's a problem and it's an embarrassment, but they'd rather sweep it under the rug than actually deal with the fundamental issues that's causing it. Because they're too obsessed with saving face. So, fantastic country, but they've got their problems. Can't wait to go to Japan again. Hopefully the economy recovers, though. Yeah, I mean, in the meantime, like I said, the exchange rate is great if you're holding US dollars. Not so much if you're holding yen. But that's how exchange rates work. It's kind of a zero-sum game where one currency wins and the other loses.
Traditional ladies of the night standing out here, but also the amateurs.
The narrative from when she was in...
Go back to that. You see girls standing like this. They're not waiting for a taxi. They're not waiting for the bus. They're waiting for John's. They're waiting for someone to take them to a love hotel and have sex with them for money. So just keep that in mind if you're ever over there and you see that.
The night standing out here, but also the amateurs.
The narrative from when she was in Kabukicho was not primarily about trash or rats. It was about minors fleeing from their homes because school shutdowns from COVID lockdowns were forcing them to be around their abusive parents a lot more. A lot of people don't realize this, but if you have bad parents, school sports and clubs can be a very effective escape from that. So because these kids couldn't use school programs to escape because they were shut down, teens ran away, and a lot of them were forced to turn to sex work to survive. I mean, Alyssa spends around 20% of the runtime of her video talking about this, but Chris just completely skips over the biggest tragedy in Alyssa's content and moves on to homeless people in Shinjuku, which I guess is easier for him to attack.
Yeah, that... Domestic abuse, and especially abuse of children, is another one of the dark sides of Japan. Government, for the most part, looks the other way. They don't want to deal with it. For them, that's a matter to be sorted out between the families. But yeah, it's a problem. It is a problem. Not relevant to anything, but I just saw a post from Neuralink. They're going to try bridging the gap in a spine injury with a device in the brain and another in the spine below the severed part. If it works, they'll be able to walk again. I know they've been trying to make strides towards that, but yeah. I hope they're successful. That would be a fantastic breakthrough. Because there's a lot of people with spinal injuries that they're either quadriplegics or paraplegics, and being able to get their brains to talk to the rest of their body like that by sort of jury-rigging a workaround like that, that would be incredible. Surgery happening very soon now, apparently. Fingers crossed it goes well. whoever they are, they're a brave soul for doing that for science. But then again, in their position, it's the question of what do you have to lose? If it doesn't work, well, you're still going to be penalized. So it's like, what have you lost? Does that whole saving face thing? Yeah. Reminds me of the longer life pill that they're doing trials for. They're trying to figure out how to cure doggy cancer. Ended up accidentally figuring out how to extend life, waiting to see what becomes of both the doggy and human trials. Also, it'd be incredible to be able to extend the lifespan and be able to live comfortably up to something like 120 years old. Maybe even longer. That would be quite a feat.
The area is also synonymous with Tokyo's homeless population as far back as 2003, when the film Tokyo Godfathers shone a spotlight on the long-standing homeless population, which, according to the statistics, is thankfully going down. And if you walk around there today...
I don't believe these statistics. You can get statistics to say just about anything you want to. It all depends on how you collect the data. Bad data collection, it's a matter of garbage in, garbage out. And I think that's exactly what we're dealing with here with these numbers. I think they've been underreporting, like, especially around the time of the pandemic. I seriously question this.
Compared to 10 years ago, there are far less homeless people.
Okay, so Chris has provided us with some numbers about homelessness, so let's fact check them. Now, he did a terrible job of citing his exact resource, but thanks to AI and 7 years of experience, I was able to find this graph. First of all, these numbers seem a little bit low. There's only a couple thousand homeless people throughout the entire country in a population of 120 million.
Yeah, that is statistically unlikely.
That's very difficult to believe. How are these numbers being collected?
This is another problem that people have, is that they look at data, but they don't have any sort of understanding of how data collection methods work.
Yes.
And so they only can look at outcomes, and they can't look at processes or, you know, basically the way that the data was collected.
So apparently...
Again, garbage in, garbage out.
Apparently, the Japanese government is notorious for undercounting homeless people, which is why Oriental Pearl was bringing attention to it. And if you actually look at the paragraph right below the headline, it says that these stats do not count people who live in internet or manga cafes, which...
Yeah, if you're living out of an internet or a manga cafe, that would mean that you are someone without a fixed residence, which would mean you're homeless. Because internet and manga cafes are not a fixed residence.
This is important because this was a major point in Alyssa's video. There's actually a newer article from the same website that also says that manga cafes were not counted. Not having a permanent residence means that these people are still considered homeless. For those of you who don't know, a manga cafe is basically a building full of cubicles with a bed and a computer, and you can stay at them overnight for anything from $13 to $16 a day, which is around $400 to $500 a month. People in Japan do this because you can't get an apartment unless you have a stable job, and oftentimes you have to come up with the amount of 6 months of rent in advance before they let you live there, which is nearly impossible for some of these people to get. Japan is in serious need for some protective legislation for renters. But how many people are living...
Yeah, that's lack of flexibility on the part of landlords like that. That can lead to serious problems.
In manga cafes? Well, here's an article that said they counted 4,000 people just in Tokyo. Just in Tokyo.
I think that is a gross underestimation. That is a really conservative number. Actual number, I imagine, is far higher than that.
So there's no way in hell the homeless numbers that Chris showed are accurate. But don't take it from me, take it from Joey, Chris's friend from Trash Taste.
Apparently, according to a government study just last year in 2023, they found out that only 3,065 homeless people exist in the entirety of the country. If we go back to this Japan Today article, they actually look into the fact that, hey, the way that these numbers were calculated might be a little bit skewed skewed. Second is the method by which the numbers were
A
collected
little
in parks
bit.
and riversides. Local government workers visited the sites in the territories and reported the number of homeless people they saw there. So any homeless person out of sight or out of the park at the time of the site's visit, was not included in the tally.
That's
I mean, that can mean anything. With that sort of criteria, no wonder it's underreporting. But then again, the people gathering the data, I can understand they can't be everywhere. But still, yeah, this is highly questionable numbers.
interesting. We aren't even talking about them not including the manga cafes here. The numbers that they were accounting in the government study weren't even accurate because, as Joey goes on to say in his video, there could be like a tent left out, but if a homeless person wasn't there at the time of the tally, they wouldn't be counted. Also, look at what else he says.
Nowadays, especially in Japan, there is actually a whole other crisis that is happening, which is actually resulting in a completely different demographic slowly becoming homeless. And that is actually kids. They're called Toyoko kids, some ranging from as young as 14 years old. Maybe that's not on Japan's agenda right now. Maybe they're just too concerned of the whole tourism problem and the whole immigration problem and every other problem that Japan has been.
They're focused on immigration, on tourism, on the elderly population, keeping them placated, as so many other people are. So many other countries are trying to do the same thing with the boomer generation. So yeah, they're just only so much energy and so much attention they can give to certain things to where they just sort of like, fuck them kids.
You know, quietly sweeping under the rug to make sure that the rest of the world doesn't know about it. But hey, unfortunately, they've got someone like me who is not afraid to pull the dust from under the rug and show you the unfortunate, ugly side to a country that is viewed by many people as a utopian society.
I mean, that sounds a lot like what Alyssa said in her video. So I'll expect that Chris will now do an update accusing Joey of making sensationalist content about Japan for views and money. But going back to the numbers, undercounting might not...
That's not going to happen because they're mates. They're friends. They're not going to do that.
Not be the only issue with the research. Most of the homeless people living outside are old men, so the number could be lower, not because Japan has done anything about the homeless problem, but simply because they are dying off and their younger replacements are choosing to live in manga cafes. Either way, this is a really embarrassing level of research that Chris has done. Like, I haven't seen research this bad since the video on Noah Samson, or maybe Ethan is online. Chris couldn't even read the paragraph directly below the headline that puts the numbers in question. How is it that this kind of incredibly lazy research happens every time I fact-check someone? But here's the most egregious part about the whole homeless situation, though it's going to require a little bit of backstory. To start, Chris made a big deal about Alyssa adding additional graffiti to her thumbnail.
When I went to take the thumbnail for my video, I quickly noticed a few interesting differences between my original ungraded photos and the thumbnail of her video. It is a rather fascinating game of spot the difference.
Alright, valid criticism. She said her reasoning for doing this was because she was standing in front of some of the graffiti, so she added a little bit more so that people would get the points. I'm not sure if this is a creative decision that I would have made, but personally, if her claim is that there is more graffiti in Japan and she proves it in the video, then I don't think this creative choice for her thumbnail is the biggest sin in the world.
It's a thumbnail. You're doing it to grab people's attention. And the way the game is played, it's the more sensationalist, the more eyeballs you're going to get. It's tale as old as time.
Every creator who is popular sensationalizes their thumbnails in some way, and even Chris admits to doing that.
Some criticisms leveled at me is that I also make sensationalist content and that I only show the nice side of Japan. And to that I would say there's a big difference between sensationalist content and clickbait titles and thumbnails. I hate...
Which you yourself, Chris, have engaged in. You've done sensationalism with stream title, with your video titles, with your thumbnails. You've done clickbaity stuff. You've done the slopper content stuff. We've all done it. It's how the game is played when it comes to content. You've got to grab people's attention. You've got to grab eyeballs. And you're not going to do that unless you've got you making some stupid face and something like, I've broken every single rule.
I hate having to pull a stupid face. I hate my thumbnails and titles, but it is simply a matter of survival on an increasingly crowded platform that doesn't share your content unless it has a high click-through rate. And I try to make up for the stupid faces and titles by delivering content that does the subject matter justice.
Right, so it's okay when you clickbait your thumbnails and titles, but not when Alyssa does it. It's sensationalizing when other people do it, but when you do it, it's not sensationalizing because you said you don't like doing it.
Rules for thee, but not for me.
Great cop-out.
Day in my life living in Tokyo was a mistake. Do you actually mean it was a mistake? So, like, are you planning on moving out? Because, I mean, otherwise, this is clickbait. Hey, look, in my most humiliating moment in Japan in 10 years, it's pretty awful. Oh, is it awful? Oh my gosh, what happened to him? He never uses or adopts any form of...
But this is footage from Metatron that we're looking at here.
sensationalistic title in order to get how many? 1 million views. 1 million views. You literally pointed the finger at a person you blurred out, telling us how awful she was because of her sensationalistic and clickbaity titles in order to get the views, and you do worse.
Though here's the funny thing. It's only been a couple of weeks, and now there's like twice...
I don't know if it's necessarily worse, but it's kind of pot calling the kettle black, isn't it?
Twice as much graffiti on that building that Alyssa used for her thumbnail. So you could say that she was ahead of her time on this one.
No,
now,
as
far as
ahead
the
of
homeless
schedule.
stuff goes, this thumbnail drama is actually not my big issue. I'm just establishing how Chris says he doesn't like people using the editing to distort the truth, even though not long after the upload, more graffiti was put on the building. However, in regards to the homelessness issue, there's a particular clip that Chris shows of Alyssa that makes her look really bad during this part here.
A few years ago, a friend showed me a clip of a video in which the same person walked through an economically deprived part of Tokyo filming homeless people.
Oh my gosh, this is a rough area.
Yeah, that looks pretty awful. It looks like she's making fun of homeless people here. And because of this cut that Chris made, Alyssa showed me that she got tons of comments from his fans saying that she was laughing at homeless people. But that's not what actually happened in this video that Alyssa made. So for context, let me show you where...
Wait a minute. Do you mean to tell me that you can edit things, video and audio, to alter the context and to make people appear as though they're saying something or doing something that they didn't actually do or say? I am shocked. Shocked, I tell you.
that audio comes from.
Not that
In this
shocked.
situation, while she's filming, a homeless guy calls her over to talk to her. They talk for a bit, and this is how the conversation ends.
どういう意味ですかどういう意味
だから夜やるんかセックスオンリー2万円
2万円って
2万円やらせろ俺に一発今日
何買うんですか
お前よバカ野郎やらせろ一発
Oh my.
No.
He's just straight up offering her 20,000 yen, or the equivalent of roughly $200 US, to take out in some black corner here in this little homeless village and have a quick shag.
No. Oh my gosh, this is a rough area.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. ちょっとやばい話です。
おい、こら。Small.
いや、大丈夫です。
Like, no, not.
So the audio
not
that Chris
happening.
used comes from her talking to a homeless person, and the clip of her laughing is actually her laughing uncomfortably because she was being
that's-
sexually harassed.
Yeah, she being sexually harassed by a homeless Japanese man who apparently has no sense of manners.
Chris decided to cut that up and put it with different B-roll to make it look like she was laughing at homeless people. I mean, that kind of sounds like defamation, buddy. And I know he's...
Yeah, when all she's doing is just sort of having an uncomfortable reaction to someone treating her like she's some sort of prostitute. That's fairly deceptive right there. Inataki, welcome in. How are you?
Aware that what he did was wrong because he cut it out of the video. This is what the video looks like now.
A few years ago, a friend showed me a clip of a video in which the same person walked through an economically deprived part of Tokyo filming homeless people under the guise of showing the real Japan.
It was in the video and now it's not. So Chris, who is Mr. Morals, cut this moment out in the YouTube editor after people noticed what he did. And, you know, maybe this was a mistake, so you would expect an apology or some sort of public acknowledgement of the clip and an explanation for why it was cut. But nope, he tried to memory hole something that millions of people saw before it was removed, which again, sounds a lot like defamation. All right, let's talk about graffiti.
I mean, at the very least, he's trying to cover his own arse.
The other half of the runtime in these videos was dedicated to Nakameguro, a trendy district that's historically one of Tokyo's most artistic neighborhoods.
Wait, Chris, that's not true. The second half is not just about Nakameguro. There's a pretty large section of that video dedicated to graffiti in Shibuya.
Here we are in Shibuya now, and of course you're very familiar with the Shibuya crosswalk, which is right ahead of us.
Otherwise known as a scramble crossing.
What you're less familiar with is what I want to check out today. Graffiti, again next to Louis Vuitton. Check this out.
English lettering. Something tells me that's not the native population putting that there. That is, I strongly suspect Gaijin's doing that.
This is right by my Chinese school. I have to see this every freaking day. The city actually did come.
Look at all this. This is awful. People shouldn't have to live like this. They shouldn't have to see all this shit going back and forth to work, to school, to where they live. Don't fucking tell me this isn't all that bad. This looks awful. And like I said, it's just a harbinger for even worse things to happen. Probably in this particular location. Because again, first it starts with rubbish being left out and graffiti on the walls and on the railings. And then before long, you've got drug dealing, you've got assault, you've got murder. This doesn't end well, just leaving this out like this.
Repaint this whole bridge because it looked like that green wall before. But as you see, it's already back. That's a new one. That's a new one.
It's really interesting to pay attention to which things that Chris chooses to leave out, especially considering that I've been a viewer for many years, so I know why Chris might want to leave Shibuya out of his criticism of Alyssa's content, despite it being a large section of her video. I also find his reassurance to people in his Twitter crash for many years, attention to which...
That's a new one. That's a new one.
It's really interesting to pay attention to which things that Chris chooses to leave out, especially considering that I've been a viewer for many years, so I know why Chris might want to leave Shibuya out of his criticism of Alyssa's content, despite it being a large section of her video. I also find his reassurance to people in his Twitter crash out that Shibuya is not that bad to be a little suspicious as well. And that's because Chris owns a bar in Shibuya that's really close to that famous crosswalk that Alyssa shows in her video.
Oh, that's right. He recently opened a bar called Lost.
I've actually been to Chris's bar. I was just there about a month ago. And it was exclusively foreigners, like exclusively his fan base. I don't think...
Even in his own B-roll, it's basically just foreigners. Yeah, it's a tourist trappy place.
Any of the locals go there. It's clearly a tourist trap. So you can understand why Chris might want to forget to mention a place that Alyssa was suggesting had a ton of graffiti, and thus a higher crime rate than other places in Tokyo, considering that it was not that far from his business. Actually, Kabuki...
Yeah, mentioning that sort of thing, bad for business. He's got a business to run.
Kabukicho isn't even that far from it either. Like, if you were planning a day trip, you would hit Kabukicho/Shinjuku, Meiji Shrine, and the big Shibuya crosswalk, which is by Chris's bar, all on the same day. So again, it's a little suspicious that he chose to not bring up the Shibuya part of her video on his YouTube channel, where it would have far more reach than his Twitter account. But anyway, let's continue with Tokyo's Meguro district.
A few years ago, I think it was 2019, there was quite a lot of graffiti and the local schools got together to paint over it, and then the graffiti came back again. But when Japanese TV made a video on it, interviewing locals, interestingly, they didn't intercut it with shots of Asia's biggest nightlife district and call it What is Happening to Japan. They called it Residents Expressed Discomfort at 37 graffiti sites found around Nakameguro Station. And maybe that's why, despite having twice the number of subscribers, they only got 100,000 views, instead of almost 500,000. Silly traditional media, attempting to present news in an objective manner in 2025.
They have never presented things in an objective manner. I don't care what country you're in. I don't care what the news outlet is. There is no such thing. And to try and claim that it is incredibly disingenuous.
He's essentially saying that it's fine if Alyssa talks about graffiti, but not if she talks about graffiti and Kabukicho in the same video? YouTubers are only allowed to cover one problem that Japan is having per piece of content?
Yeah, and she's not going to nerf the title of a video just for you. She's in the same line of work as him. She's a content creator. She's a YouTuber. She's got to title her videos in a way that picks up views, in a way that is friendly to the algorithm. She's not going to... It's like, do you expect her to nerf the title and nerf the tags? It's like, nerf your video like that, or else you're a dishonest bad person. No, fuck you. She's got just as much right to strive for as many views as she wants, just as Chris does the same thing. Again, very disingenuous to try and apply one set of standards for yourself and another set of standards for someone who is, I mean, make no mistake, they are your competitor. But that's what's going on here.
Outside of that, after hearing that last point from Chris, I have fully started to believe that he is either retarded or highly manipulative, because anyone who is big on this...
I'm maybe a little bit of both, but probably more just being manipulative. You don't get to the position that you're in that he's in by being a retard. I mean, he's being like has been mentioned. He's been at this for over 10 years. He knows what he's doing. He's learned how to play the game really well. And for all of his bitching about the YouTube algorithm, he's still titling his videos and giving them cover images that make them algorithm friendly.
Website would know that Alyssa and this Japanese news channel are appealing to different audiences, and thus they will get different outcomes. The English market on YouTube is far bigger than the Japanese market because more people speak English, so
Yes.
naturally, just by putting your video out in English, you are more likely to get views.
But this is also an example that's in Japanese, and so you can't really compare that to an English video.
Actually, speaking of,
Yeah.
most of the reason that I have an issue with Chris's stance on crime in Japan is because he's saying it in English, meaning that it's not really going to affect the ideas of Japanese people. However, it will have an effect on Westerners who already have incredibly soft on crime stances, which is a part of the reason why America has massive crime rates compared to Japan. After
true.
watching that girl get stabbed on a train by a crazy violent felon who was let off when he should have been in prison, of course I'm going to get mad when somebody with a big audience on YouTube says in English, "Come on guys, graffiti isn't that bad. Actually, sometimes it looks kind of cool, so it doesn't matter if the property owners don't want it there." Anyway,
Yeah, that's the other thing. The property owners do not want that on their walls. It is a form of property destruction. They've got to spend money to try and clean that up. And for you to just glibly say, "Oh, it's not that bad," shows that you're a near complete disregard for the feelings of the victims of this sort of crime, and that is the property owners. I would love, I mean, by that attitude, it sounds like Chris Broad would have no problem with people defacing and graffitiing the entrance around his bar Lost. So I mean, I wonder if he would have an issue with that. He probably would, because it's all fun and games until it happens to him. But yeah, I'd love to get his reaction when it happens to him, when it happens to one of his businesses.
Comparison between Japanese media and Alyssa's channel is retarded for numerous reasons that have nothing to do with Alyssa being an evil profiteer who is sensationalizing Japan for money. What's actually happening is that this Japanese channel is, one, in a different language and therefore in a different market. Two, it's one of those news channels that uploads like 1 million videos a day, so none of their videos do particularly well despite their high subscriber count. I scrolled down through 2 weeks of content and 0 videos hit 500,000 views. Most of their well-performing videos were about the new prime minister, actually. And last, they do their content in the...
She's... Sanai Takaishi. She's making waves. And upsetting all the right people.
Style of old media, which young people find boring these days. Also, the title the news company gave the video is really bad and not formatted for YouTube success.
Yes.
But Chris, how are you not able to...
But then again, it's a traditional news outlet. They're not relevant, and they don't know how to be relevant. If they were interested in being relevant, they would hire people like Oriental Pearl. Or even Chris Broad to a certain extent.
See this as a channel with 3 million subscribers? Again, he's either retarded or he's being super dishonest here to make Alyssa look bad, and he can get away with it because normies don't understand this stuff about media. And on a final note, on the graffiti part, outside of his bar being in one of the areas that Alyssa was talking about, I'm not even sure what Chris's issue was, because all the Japanese people I see commenting on this in videos are essentially agreeing with Alyssa about the graffiti.
So in this case, I don't think Oriental Pearl is exaggerating or sensationalist. Seeing that much graffiti in Japan, it's not usual.
So that
it's concerning.
Is actually here. It's actually getting worse 2023 versus now. So if her point is like, oh yeah, Japan's getting more graffitis everywhere and trash everywhere. Yeah, I didn't know about this myself. It seems like she's actually true.
There are also multiple news reports of Japanese people saying they don't want the graffiti there. So why are you defending criminals by saying this?
What a shocker. Something that is not aesthetically pleasing to the eye and is obvious property damage. People don't want to see this shit. They want it gone. They would like to have clean streets. And, I mean, for the most part, Japan's streets are clean. It's just this shit that's an obvious eyesore that people have to deal with, and they don't want to deal with it anymore.
It's not that bad, Chris. It is bad. 90% of the graffiti...
It is, but just look at this. I look at something like this, and I don't feel safe. I look at this, and fight-or-flight responses start kicking in. My instincts start to tell me, this is a bad neighborhood. This is a rough neighborhood, and I don't want to be here at night, because my life could be in danger. It looks like some place in downtown LA. It does.
Looks like shit, and it's expensive to remove.
Living here for all these years with my Japanese husband, I've never seen the vandalism this bad. It's obvious. We can see it every day. It makes me very sad too, because this is a provable news story going on across Japan. Like this recent story from Kobe, where 2 guys graffitied the wall in the middle of the night, causing thousands of dollars in property damage. In Niigata, the same thing happened, and it cost $40,000 almost to clean this up. It's no surprise that
$40,000. 40 grand to clean all of this. Just to get some blokes with power washers to come out and clean all this off. Unbelievable.
Cities can't afford to clean this up, even though Japanese really do hate graffiti, and there's a theory that this will cause more crime in the area.
Allow me to add a fact-checking.
It's not a theory. It's verifiable. It's a fact. It's called broken windows policing. You allow shit like this to fester, eventually your problems are going to get worse. And then the graffiti will be the least of your concerns.
Note to say that the headline said it cost...
That's a ton of cash just for soap, water, and a power washer. It is. But I mean, it's an in-demand profession, especially over there. And if you're one of the few people that can do it, you can charge a premium for that.
4 million yen to remove, which is about $26,000, not $40,000. Before it would have been around $40,000, but the yen has...
Okay, $26,000, whatever. That's still a lot of fucking money.
...gotten much weaker. Well, either way, it's still expensive to remove, but that won't stop Chris from minimizing criminal behavior.
So at this point, you might be thinking, okay, right, so what's happened to Japan? What happened next?
Thank you for the lurkies, Hina.
Lean in. Come closer. Come over. That was it. That was literally it. In a country of 120 million people, they were all cooked because of some bin bags in a red light district and some spray paint on a wall down 6 or 7 streets in the capital city.
Again, he's avoiding the issue of child homelessness that was brought up in the video.
Yeah, I get it. Fukushima was awful. A mega earthquake. That's a terrible thing whenever it happens. But you're still a dick for minimizing this unnecessary bullshit that no one should be put through. I mean, again, I wonder how Chris Broad would feel if somebody vandalized the entrance to Lost, or even the interior, with spray paint. And then he had to shell out $26,000. Or maybe even more, to have people come in and clean that shit off. I don't think he'd like it. Again, it's all fun and games until it happens to you. And him acting like this isn't like it isn't a big deal, or like it's nothing at all. It's incredibly glib. It also speaks to a certain position of privilege that he operates in. He's built an ivory tower for himself, and he needs to come down from it and get on the street level with the rest of the people and learn to appreciate the shit that they've got to deal with on a daily basis.
That was the primary reason that she was in Kabukicho. As for the title and the description, 1, no one reads the description of any video ever unless they're clicking on a sponsor link or a donation link, or the creator directly tells people to look. So no one is reading this here before the video and thinking, oh my god, Japan is cooked, because no one ever reads the description before watching any video. 2, realistically, I don't think either of those are saying that it's the end of Japan. I think taken into context with the video, it's just like, hey, there's a lot of graffiti in Japan and it keeps getting worse. Japan might be cooked in terms of graffiti. Also, there are some other problems, which I think is a fair point to make because as Chris's friend Joey said earlier, most foreigners seem to have this idea that Japan is this magical fairy tale anime land where everything is great and no bad stuff ever happens, I don't think it's a problem to talk about the issues that Japan is having, like the economy, or the constant pressure to be an alcoholic, or the gambling, or the lowering birth rates, or the mass availability of pornography with no barriers to keep children from seeing it, and how that might be turning people into porn addicts who don't want a relationship. There are plenty of things to talk about.
All valid criticisms.
Just because you, Chris, don't think graffiti is a big deal, doesn't mean Alyssa can't feel that way. Clearly, Japanese people think it's a problem, and they also have the perception that if they allow for crimes like vandalism to grow rampant, then it will invite in more serious crime. Now, statistically, I don't know if this is true, but I'm inclined to believe in whatever crime-preventing ideology that Japan has, because there is so much less crime there compared to America. Okay, but let's take a pause here, because I think Chris would say that that's not his core issue with Alyssa's content. Chris had a problem with Alyssa's video because it's a part of a growing trend of sensationalist content creators who are making content at the expense of Japan and talking about its downfall. Well, for one, does this content even have an effect on Japan? It's all in English, so Japanese people probably aren't watching it. Two, if this is such a massive trend, then why is Alyssa the only person that you bring up in the video? Surely you have at least one other example. Now, Chris brings up Johnny Somali, but that's not the same type of content. And the suggestion that talking about homeless people in Shinjuku is going to inspire 1 million Johnny Somalis to come to Japan is retarded. Plus, I think that maybe Johnny Somali and Vitaly going to prison forever for nuisance streaming is probably a pretty big deterrent from that kind of behavior. This might be a shock to Chris, as he has done nothing but run positive PR for petty crimes, but the answer on how to stop those nuisance streamers is just to enforce the law and put them in prison or revoke their ability to come to Japan.
Yeah.
I know it's shocking for a Westerner to hear this, but if you want to stop criminals, then put them in jail.
What a concept. Something Asmongold has been banging on about for quite some time. We need to go back to punishing criminals and put them in jail. And honestly, his idea of grabbing about... What's his approach? He wants to grab like 5% of the population and just put them in jail. And just on that alone would statistically clear up a lot of societal problems. And it's probably not wrong. You'd think it'd be common sense that in order to stop crime, enforce the law. You would think so. But you've got a lot of people, especially on the left of the political spectrum, that think that's racist. Well, that's bigoted. When really they just want to create an environment of anarcho-tyranny, where criminals are allowed to run free and do whatever they want, but if you dare defend yourself against the criminals, you're the one that gets punished. Much like the two-tier police system that we see in the UK. Don't ban ninja swords, ban the ninjas. Yeah. Put the people that are using ninja swords as a deadly weapon in jail. Because the ninjas, they don't give a shit about what the law says. They're going to acquire ninja swords anyway and use them to do bad things. But if you focus instead on nicking the ninjas and putting them in jail, well, that problem starts to go away, doesn't it? If only I had infinite money to make a beefed-up Blackwater company. I don't know. The CEO, Eric Prince, he is still quite the man of means. And I think he reformed Blackwater into some of the PMC. I think they try to stay out of the headlines these days. Though I imagine they're still used by a lot of things government can't really officially get involved in for use for a lot of wet works and whatnot. I wonder if there'll unironically be a knife license in the UK someday. I know they're already making modifications to knives sold to where they can't be pointy-tipped. And I think there's also restrictions on what sort of material they can be made out of. Basically, they just nerfed all knives in the UK. It's stupid and it won't work. Completely ineffective solution, but what do you expect from the UK government? It is pretty much a failed state at this point. And they're another example of you can't vote your way out of the problems. Civil unrest and an eventual civil war, well, it's just inevitable.
All right, speaking of other stuff that pissed me off about Chris's video, there's a reason why I related Chris to Hassan Piker multiple times. A part of that is because Chris is in the same social circle as Hassan, so it's not ridiculous to believe that they've talked before. But also, he keeps using fan-favorite disinformation tactics that Hassan and his stupid fan club love to use. For example, if you can't find someone saying something bad, then go to the most radical comments on their videos and use that to accuse them of saying what the comments say.
If you look at the comment sections, particularly on those shorts, you will see the most vile, hateful, angry comments that you can find.
I'm sorry.
These are comments taken from the 2 YouTube shorts. Sad to see a nation going downhill, quote-unquote diversity. Yeah. How did he describe these?
On those shorts, you will see the most vile, hateful, angry comments that you can.
Well, I mean, angry perhaps. Vile and hateful, according to whose standards? What, are they vile and hateful just because you disagree with them, Chris? Is that why they're vile and hateful? Just because you disagree doesn't make them vile and hateful. People allowed a different opinion than you. About time you be a big boy and suck it up. Be one heck of a cleanup, that's for sure. Indeed.
Find.
I'm sorry, that...
It's, and there's going to be a hefty price to pay for that cleanup. In Japan, in the United Kingdom, in the United States, in the West in general. I've been saying it for a while. There's a heavy price to be paid in order to flip that switch. Most people are not prepared to pay that price yet. They're not there yet. And that's the thing, everything has its price. Too many people are still optics obsessed and still a bit too obsessed with their fifis. That they're not willing to do what must be done in order to clean up Western countries. They're still too concerned with looking like meanies and being called naughty names. So they're not quite ready yet to pay that price. And I reiterate once again, everything has its price. And we all have to pay that price. The price will be paid, I think. The main question is who pays it. That still remains to be seen.
One was actually funny. I mean, if you think that someone saying, looks like Japan is enjoying the benefits of diversity, is as vile as the internet can get, then allow me to point you in the direction of all the people who...
Oh, Chris, you sweet summer child. You haven't seen anything yet.
...who cheered on Charlie Kirk getting murdered. Or the people who said that Irina Zarutska deserved to be stabbed on a train because white people deserve things like that. I mean, you're really reaching on this, Chris. This is probably the most polite, mean comment section that I've ever seen. Were these really the worst comments that you could find? But I see what you did there. You couldn't find Alyssa saying these things that you know your audience would find offensive. So you had to go into the comment section and use what other people said to make everybody think that Alyssa believes what the commenters are saying. For a long time...
I mean, it's an effective form of emotional manipulation. Let's just be real. That's what this is. It's emotional. It's playing on people's emotions. And to a certain extent, it's effective. Until it isn't.
Fans of this channel, you might remember Noah Samson using this technique of, let's look at the worst comments I found, to get people to think that I hate Jews during the Illymation drama, which is just so ironic considering that just a few months later, he would start uploading nonstop Jew hatred content. And obviously I don't hate people for being born Jewish. But as for Chris, he's trying to convey that Alyssa doesn't like foreigners, and she's trying to make other people hate foreigners for money, which obviously...
She herself is a foreigner. That doesn't make any sense. But then again, doesn't necessarily have to make sense as long as it's effective.
Is not the case. She obviously disagrees with these comments, considering that Alyssa, at multiple points in her video, tries to lower the temperature on the anti-foreigner sentiment. Here's an example from the video.
Yes, because she herself is a foreigner. And she doesn't want the worst case scenario to happen, where she has to pick up and leave because anti-foreigner sentiment gets out of control.
That Chris is reacting to, where she directly addresses these types of comments and says, hey, we don't know who's doing the vandalism.
When I did a short video the other day about the changes I've seen in Japan, the comment section was wild, and I did not expect that. Everyone had something to say about who done it. You know, a lot of finger pointing. It was this group. It was definitely them. It was...
Translation, you racist fucks be wilding and shit.
Whatever. We don't know who did the graffiti. It's not like I'm saying graffiti is a new thing. It's never existed in Japan before. What I'm saying is I see changes over the years, and there's places where there's more graffiti than I've ever seen before.
She's saying that we don't know who did the graffiti to try to stop the anti-foreigner comments. Now, honestly, to be fair, do I think this was an effective way of doing that? No. Sorry, Alyssa. She should have said it at the start of the video to prevent the more prejudiced people watching from making...
who fucking cares, mate? The people willing to listen to that will listen to it, and it doesn't matter where you put it in the video. The ones unwilling to listen, it doesn't matter where you put it in the video, they're not going to listen to that part. It doesn't fucking matter.
Assumptions early on. In fairness to her, though, Alyssa doesn't do a lot of controversial content. In fact, she actually tries to avoid it, so she doesn't know to do...
She does what I would term some serious independent journalism. Like, really good... boots on the ground, talking to the people, human interest content, getting a lot of interesting perspectives, and finding some interesting shit going on in Japan. Unlike Chris, whose content, especially as of late, has just become so chambered of commerce that, I don't know, a lot of it's lost its appeal. He's trying with the more serious stuff, talking about, you know, the mega quake and all this other stuff, but it's just, I think in so many ways it has devolved into a lot of the same content that he's doing, that he once did when he was briefly at NHK. That sort of stuff, he has previously stated he wanted to try and avoid that. And yet, here he is. Probably why he does it, because it's safe content. Well, I think I'll probably get to this in the video, but you have to remember that Chris is not exactly independent. I believe he's represented by a talent agency. I can't remember which one. I don't think it's Geeks Plus. But they've got a vested interest in promoting Japanese tourism, especially to English-speaking audiences. And when you work for people like that, a certain type of content is expected out of you. And to a certain extent, you are to play it safe and not dip into anything too controversial. I can tell in recent appearances, that sort of thing's grating on him. Especially with his recent comments, I think it was like a year ago, about Mr. Beast. He's kind of chafing against the restrictions that he's got to work with. And at the same time, I think even he realizes he's not getting any younger. And he's probably tired of chasing the YouTube algorithm to a certain extent. Hence why he's diversified into owning the Lost Bar. I think he's got an eSIM company now, specifically catering to foreign tourists who need cell phone, who need mobile phone data and the ability to use their cell phone or mobile for talk purposes. I think he's got, let's see, wrote a book recently. There's another potential source of income. Probably like so many other YouTube content creators that have just gone by the wayside or retired. He's just kind of done with it. I'm trying to think of a few examples of other people. I mean, there's PewDiePie, JonTron. Both of them, they've pretty much given up the whole YouTuber lifestyle, and they've gotten married and they're raising families. Which, good on them. Insert "I'm tired, boss" meme. Yeah. I mean, if YouTube would stop making it so fucking difficult to get views, if they'd stop trying to court Hollywood and realize they've got a good ecosystem of talent posting on their platform as it is, I think a lot of time they nerf the ability of content creators to make money on the platform, because that's just less money they can pay out to shareholders. But, I mean, that's a whole other conversation.
The stuff that I'm recommending. She doesn't have a sense of how much where you place things in your videos matters when you're talking about negative subjects. But whether or not her action was effective, if you watch the whole video, which I hope Chris did, if you watch the whole video, you can see that Alyssa is trying to get rid of the anti-foreigner sentiment, so her motivation is clear. And it's even clearer if you watch multiple videos from her. Though wouldn't it be a shame if someone made a video with 1.8 million views on it that directly blames foreigners for vandalism, and thus spreads anti-foreigner sentiment?
Don't carve your fucking name into the bamboo trees of Kyoto's Arashiyama forest, as has happened with over 100 trees, often damaging them irreparably to the point that they have to be chopped down.
Why is it okay when you complain about vandalism, but not Alyssa? Though despite the fact that she
obviously... It's the old approach of, it's okay when I do it.
Obviously does not like all of the anti-foreigner sentiment going on in Japan, Chris accuses her of promoting it anyway, which caused a lot of people to suggest that she's some sort of bigot.
Bro, what is with white people? They have to, wherever they go, they have to do Tyler Oliveira style videos, I think. Complaining about foreigners in Japan as a foreigner is the most insane thing I can think of.
No, it's self-awareness. You absolute fucking moron. It is a certain level of self-awareness. Oh, and also, you're a fucking animal abuser. So, fuck you and your opinions.
Brother, you're the foreigner. Like, what are you talking about?
Hassan is reacting to that moment.
It's because Hassan hates anything Western. Yeah, except his big fancy mansion, all of his money that he's inherited from living in the West. Shocking no one except Kaya. Yeah, right.
Where Chris says that Alyssa used B-roll footage of foreigners in Kabuki-cho and was suggesting that that footage of foreigners was malicious because it's put next to pictures of garbage bags, which has to be one of the most retarded points of evidence that he uses to say that Alyssa is anti-foreigner, because Kabuki-cho is a huge tourist spot. I mean, how the hell do you take B-roll in Kabuki-cho without catching tourists? That is genuinely difficult unless you're thinking, well, Chris Broad might react to my video and accuse me of being a bigot, so let me just make sure I don't catch a foreigner in this footage on accident when I talk about the problems of this area. Like I said, this guy is either an idiot or highly manipulative. Where are the critical thinking skills? Though,
Maybe
to
a
be
bit of
fair,
both.
Chris's main point here is that Kabuki-cho has gotten better, but he's still ignoring Alyssa's point of, hey, the government did some things during COVID, and now it's getting worse again, which is an okay point to make, even if it's still better than it used to be, as it's going back downhill. Anyway, Chris continuously tries to relate her to hatred of foreigners at multiple points in his video.
And coupled with the fact there's rising anti-foreign sentiment in Japan, it makes me concerned and uncomfortable.
No. Stop. This is not anti-foreigner sentiment. This is enforcing border security. There's a distinct difference between the two. And you're just getting pissy because they're enforcing the borders and they're taking a stronger stance on immigration. Because on a personal level, you're worried that you're not going to be able to go in and out of Japan as freely as you please. And probably lend some insight into your politics. You probably think it's the end of the fucking world that someone slightly to the right of Joseph Stalin and Mao Zedong got into office, and now you're shitting yourself over it. Mind you, this has got to make its way through Parliament. And you've also got to get the civil service on board. So we don't know how well all of this is going to withstand a bunch of politicians in the upper and lower house, as well as the Japanese civil service in implementing policy. This whole thing could get nerfed and be totally ineffective. And so you're shitting yourself over nothing. But not only that, Chris seems to be... He seems to be doing the usual thing that people who are expats from somewhere tend to do quite often. Not everyone, but too many. Where they come from originally turns to shit. So they go somewhere else. But they bring those same shitty attitudes that turn their original home to shit, and now they're trying to push that in their new home, which is ultimately going to turn it into shit. Yes, the California mover virus thing. Yes, that's a good title for that action. Well done. The UK has seen what unchecked power in a Labour government can do in just a year's time. The United States had to endure what happened when a Democratic presidential candidate who was completely and totally senile and more than likely a near invalid, when their team cheated and stole an election, and we had to put up with that for 4 years. It is and was hell on earth. And during that time, and even before that time, you had malicious people flooding Western countries with migrants and illegal aliens, turning those countries into shitholes, similar to the shithole countries they came from. We are still trying to clean up that mess. Japan saw this from a distance, and they started to see their politicians trying to do the same thing. And they said, no, we're not having that. And if that means some gaijin start to feel uncomfortable, so be it. Taking a stronger stance on foreigners is not the end of the fucking world. It's enforcing the goddamn law. And it's about time we started enforcing the law. Better to be clean than uncomfortable, yes. I'd rather have clean streets and clean communities. And if it means that certain people are made uncomfortable by what politicians are saying, so be it.
Right, that's what this is about. He's mad about the new Prime Minister of Japan. He's mad because she wants to put reforms on tourism and foreign entry into the country.
And he doesn't have the balls to even say that. He doesn't even have the balls to come out and say that.
Now, why would Chris be unhappy about that? Well, I just so happen to notice that Chris's entire business relies on foreign travel. His YouTube channel is essentially a channel that promotes Japanese tourism. His bar only has tourists in it. He runs an eSIM card business, which is a tourist business. For those of you who don't know, eSIMs are how you get internet on your phone in Japan. Last, Chris has been featured on the channel Tokyo Creative numerous times.
Tokyo Creative. That's the agency that I think he's employed with, or who represents him as a talent manager.
Tokyo Creative is a tourism marketing agency, so I'm sure Chris is on that channel for a reason, and make no mistake.
Yeah, it's him. Gosh. Who else? I think this particular creator here is, I think her name is Tokidoki Traveler or something like that. And I believe Charla, Chris's, I think they're married now. His wife? I think she's also represented by Tokyo Creative.
Post-COVID lockdowns, tourism is a huge industry in Japan. Like it's millions of people per year.
Since the last time I've been in Japan, this is my third time now.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot more fucking white people out here.
Oh, for sure.
Okay? Oh, yeah. And I don't.
Oh, no. More white people out here. Oh, dear. Can't have that. I'd much rather have more white people in Japan than have to deal with his ugly fucking shrunken head being seen anywhere on the streets of Japan.
Whoa, I get to say that as a white guy living here. You don't get to say
I
that.
don't like it. Okay.
I feel that.
Yeah, well,
I feel
fuck
that when
you.
you show up.
2024, I think we talked about it last episode. It's the most amount of foreign
like
tourists
30%.
ever.
Yeah, it's a
But like
massive
it wasn't
increase.
even close.
And I don't think it's going to go down.
And it's all in Tokyo. Like
No,
everyone
it's not.
goes.
So you know what, Hassan? You can fucking deal with it. Cope and seethe harder. You racist anti-white fuck.
Tokyo. It's
Yeah.
not like America where you'll get it mixed in. Like New York, you'll get Chicago, you'll get whatever. You know, it's all in Tokyo pretty much.
I mean, also Osaka and Kyoto, but yeah.
I mean, Tokyo is the primary hub for foreign flights from out of the country to enter in. They either land at Narita Airport or Haneda. And from there, if you want to go to Osaka, board another flight, or up to Sapporo, or whatever it is you're going, Okinawa, Kyoto, wherever you're going, you first have to stop in Narita or Haneda, and then transfer flights. That's just how it works.
Why do you think Chris opened up a bar in Tokyo right next to the Shibuya crosswalk, which is one of the biggest tourist attractions in Japan?
It's
I
just
was
good
there
business.
on a random weekday in October, and the place was full. I had to wait to get in, so I guess like good business move, it's working. But also
That's Tokyo
understand
for
that
you. You have
Chris
to
has
queue
a
for almost
financial interest
everything.
in the tourism industry growing and making sure that Shibuya maintains a good reputation because tourists are worth a shitload of money. As for this Tokyo creative company, they do paid sponsorships that are targeted at tourists. Here's Chris and his fiance or whatever doing a paid sponsorship for East Japan Railways on that channel.
Oh, yeah. I think they also represent Natsuki as a content creator.
So today we're going to take you around to some of our favorite spots and show you why we love it so much. So today's video is sponsored by the East Japan Railway Company. They have just opened up the Japan Rail Cafe, and you can pop in there and get some information about your trip.
Some of you might have noticed that the tourist stand-in for that ad was also a YouTuber. Hidden secret maybe, but a lot of these foreigner and Japan YouTube channels are being paid by the government or private companies to garner interest in tourism. Here's a different video where it looks like Chris was again sponsored by JR Lines that got millions of.
I mean, nothing really wrong with it, as long as you disclose, and can't really blame them for wanting to get that bag. If they were to, I mean, if you were to try and have someone like Natsuki do the entire video by themselves, you'd be talking about having to do auto-translate or some sort of subtitles. And, I mean, let's face it, Natsuki's English is not exactly the best. And you would encounter the same problem with any Japanese nationals. Unless they are quite fluent, you're going to have a hard time understanding what they're saying if they're attempting to speak English. Otherwise, you're having to do it all in Japanese. And that's just not going to be too... The YouTube algo is not going to look on that as very friendly. It just is what it is.
Views. For those of you who don't know, Japan Railways is like a conglomerate that is the train company that you use in Japan. This is a
It's like British Rail over in the UK, or Amtrak in the US.
huge business. Like,
Hey, look at where Chris said he got his snacks. It's the same place Charlotte was paid to promote. What a coincidence. The Japan Rail Cafe.
he was probably paid a lot if this was a sponsor. And I'm fairly certain it was a sponsor, as personally, I would never include a direct link like this to a huge business in the description of a video unless I was getting paid. A YouTuber would be stupid to devalue their brand with free advertising like that. Here's another 6 million view video that looks like it was sponsored by Japan Railways, except it looks like the link was removed or he forgot it.
Today, Ryota and I have been invited by JR East, the company that owns the bullet trains, to try ground class for the first.
Probably not enough of a disclosure considering things that were said later, and the other train video contains no disclosure. I did not pick up that this was likely an ad until the second watch.
Time ourselves, with rare access to film inside the cabin. If
Oh yeah, Ryotaro, I think also represented by Tokyo Creative.
foreign tourist, you can take advantage of the JR East Rail Pass, where for 5 days and 19,000 yen, you can go anywhere you want in all of Tohoku region. It's a fantastic offer.
When you travel around Tohoku using JR East Pass, do not forget to take this Welcome Suica card. It's like a cash card.
For more information on how to grab the JR East Pass, you can find the details in the description box below.
I mean, I'm not going to criticize. I don't think this is a valid criticism of him on this one. It's sponsored content. As long as they disclose, who fucking cares? He's getting paid to do it. Get that bag. It's a good sponsor. And it's also decent content. We can get good content out of it. So I don't see an issue with this. Grand class, can't imagine how much that cost. You're definitely paying extra. I know I had to shell out a pretty penny in order to do first class on the Azuma line between Edinburgh and London.
Again, this almost certainly was a paid sponsor for Japan Railways. They also own the Welcome Suica card that was showed. I mean, it sucks that it was filmed right before the lockdown, so JR probably took a hit, but it is an evergreen video, so I'm sure they got their money back eventually. I would be shocked if Chris wasn't paid a considerable amount of money for this video. So let's talk shop for a second. If you're not brand safe, you don't get these types of sponsors. You guys have no idea of the insane amounts of money that I have lost just by covering controversial topics. From what I know about brand deals, I am easily losing into the 6 figures per year because...
Yeah, brand safe, these people talk a good game about going brand safe, and yet they will gladly partner up with people who express slightly leftist views or typical urban monoculture views. Meanwhile, people on the right, like myself, they call us a brand risk. They only call you that because they disagree with you. You're not really a brand risk. Most of the people that buy this shit don't really care. If anything, our P1 demographics, the people who are loyal fans, who will absolutely buy the products and services that we stamp our endorsements on, they're actually better to have as clients than anyone that's supposedly brand safe. They really are just an absolute marketer's dream. But because we don't have the right politics, they label us a brand risk. And they do their advertiser clients a disservice. I'll be right back. And we're back. Pause the music again and get on with the video.
Those are the topics that I cover. And these are small YouTuber sponsors, not a massive conglomerate like Japan Railways. This is huge money. You think creators make a lot of money on Google AdSense? The real money on social media is made with brand deals, especially if you can do niche audience content like Japanese tourism. However, if you want to make the big bucks, you have to be squeaky clean or brands will not sponsor you. Like, you can lose hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars by not being brand safe.
It's all bullshit. It's all a big bullshit game that they play. Brand safe is a myth. Especially as we've seen, welcome back, thank you. Especially as we've seen with so many people that they consider brand safe, that just means they have the approved politics. They have the approved political views. Or they pass the casting couch somehow. This idea of brand safe or brand risk, it's a myth. You know, brand safe equals plastic. Yeah. It's boring stuff. They just want you to have and espouse the correct political views. That's what's called taking the ticket. You take the ticket, they'll give you and say all the right things. They'll give you absolute boatloads of money at the cost of your soul. Some of these advertisers are indeed complete and total cowards who run at the first sign of trouble. Those really aren't the people you want to do business with. That's why, in certain respects, I appeal to certain types of advertisers that want to push certain products. But I also demand a certain level of loyalty. If I can get away with it, I set up contracts that make it very hard for an advertiser to get out of just because they think I said a bad thing or did a wrong thing. This is just how I would approach it. I would make it very expensive for them to get out of that. Because I don't want to be putting my name and my brand in association with cowards. So a lot of people that are going to balk at that just means I don't need nor want you for advertising sake. I want loyal sponsors. people who aren't going to run away at the first sign of trouble. That's why I walked out of my last VTuber group that I was in. Because they were giving me the same sort of spiel about how I was becoming a brand risk. I doubt that. I doubt that they were being approached by anyone for purposes of sponsorship or whatever. Yeah, it was because I had opinions they did not like. To which I said, well, you know what? Fuck you. I'm out. And I walked out of there. And I have not regretted it. So, don't fucking talk to me about brand risk. It's not real. It's just all a matter of who has the correct politics. And people who want to play those stupid little games, they deserve to be named and shamed and mocked and ridiculed and especially memed about. Meme them until they cry and then make memes about them crying. Well, you can see that Akemi is a brand risk. In her case, probably. Though I don't know if I would classify her as a brand risk, I would just say that she's too unstable for anyone to seriously consider sponsoring for anything. Because they don't know when she is going to turn around and stab them in the back because she had a bad mood one day. So maybe not brand risk, just genuinely unstable. If I'm a sponsor, I'm looking at someone like her. All I see is someone who is just unstable mentally, emotionally. And just a matter of time before she causes trouble for me and my business.
So here's where I'm going to be less generous towards Chris. Personally, I don't think he merely forgot to talk about the teen runaways in the Kabuki Cho section, which was a significant part of Alyssa's video, and it was her big argument for why certain things are getting worse in Japan. I think he didn't talk about that topic on purpose.
Yeah, what is this building? It looks like a church of some kind, especially with the stained glass. I'm not sure what it is. I just know it's good photography.
Because talking about bad stuff happening to minors is very much not brand safe. And I imagine that it's extra not brand safe for a guy who's trying to be buddy-buddy with a bunch of tourism companies. Especially considering that Kabuki Cho is a big tourist area, and some of the topics in Alyssa's video might deter tourism. So if Chris talks about this stuff, he could potentially lose hundreds of thousands of dollars from not getting future sponsorship offers. Or he can conveniently just keep his mouth shut on that part of Alyssa's video and go over points that are easier to win on. It doesn't matter if Chris had a sponsor on the video or not. If a brand sees you doing things that aren't brand safe, they just won't contact you for future deals. Or if you've been negotiating a contract, they might just ghost you, and they'll almost never tell you why. So understand that there are certain things that he will not talk about because it will cost him a shitload of money. And also understand that he's not exactly transparent about how him being in the tourism business affects his bias against Alyssa's video. And also, again, and furthermore, the lack of transparency in general is to the extent where if I...
More like a security risk then. Yeah, I would say security risk. More than anything. Which is even more serious.
I'm right about these being sponsors, they might be an FTC violation in America. Because in America, you're supposed to make it obvious that you're being financially compensated to promote a product. Last, Chris is not very transparent about the fact that his business structure obviously heavily incentivizes him to only talk about how great Japan is.
And the claim that I show only the over-romanticized utopian version of Japan is simply ridiculous. Does this look romanticized? Is this a utopia? Does that look romanticized?
But wait, in the video he said he does talk about bad stuff. Look, he talked about a natural disaster. You've got to be kidding me, Chris. That is not the same thing as saying, hey, the government is lying to you about the homelessness problem, and their decision to close down schools during COVID led to a bunch of domestic abuse and runaways. But that's not my only issue with Chris's line of argumentation on this topic, because one...
And all of them are bad in their own way.
One of the videos that he cites where he's talking about the negative parts of Japan is basically an advertisement for a luxury strawberry company, a wake-up phone call business / fishing company, an advertisement for a chopstick company, and a small hotel.
So this is Ichigo World, literally strawberry world. And in this greenhouse alone, there's over 12 tons of strawberries. And now I'm going to go and eat them all. These are the most premium strawberries that you can purchase here. They're literally called Migaki Ichigo, polished strawberries. And if you look at them, there we go. Look at that. The absolute best strawberries money can buy. 5,000 yen for a box at $50. But each and every one of these strawberries has been cultivated to absolute perfection.
Does this not look like an ad? These strawberries are so perfect. Here's how much they cost. This is the company. Make sure the box is in frame with the company logo so people can see it. These are all notes that a brand would give you if they're sponsoring you. And luxury...
in many ways, framing it like this, his criticisms of Mr. Beast and his team, starts to make him look a bit hypocritical. It's like an ad, yeah.
Luxury strawberries are a big tourist item. There's also this link in the description, and it appears to be a small hotel or an inn that he advertises at the end. This is a place that he has visited before, and the owner thanks him for promoting her business.
クリスが来てくれてから、YouTube に上げてから、外国のお客さんがいっぱい来てくれるようになって。
Now, I don't know Japanese law. However, like I said, in America, if you're being paid to promote someone's business or receiving compensation, it is illegal to not disclose that. But it may not be illegal in Japan. I know the Japanese...
Yeah, FTC don't really care what you do as long as you disclose. That's the important part. Just disclose. If you're not disclosing, then they're going to take issue with that.
Japanese government will pay YouTubers to make videos advertising certain spots or certain businesses that tourists can go to. He might have received money for that on this video, and he might not legally have to disclose that. However, assuming that I'm wrong about all this and he received no sponsorship money or government money for this video, he still vastly misrepresented what it was. He says, I talk about the negative issues that Japan is having. I'm not always positive. But when you watch the video, the content is completely positive, and he's basically advertising businesses the whole time. Not to say that these aren't good businesses.
Yeah, it's almost always positive vibes, umphies, that sort of thing. Not a lot of critical analysis. Now, at times, it's just pure comedy. Right. We're nearly 45 minutes into this. I'm going to go ahead and just stop this particular video and let's move on to something else. Link in the chat for everyone. Give that a like. Since you had some clips of Metatron in there talking about this,
They're raging over international.
I'm just going to. We're going to skip over that. What do we have? Right. Let's. Why don't we stay on subject of play that video in the background. All right. Let's stay on the subject of Japan. We're big fans of Sukiyaki Travel Japan here. They've had several new ones come out since our last stream. And this time we'll be looking at the Tabist Hotel Mercury. The Tabist Hotel Mercury Asakusabashi. So this is presumably in the Asakusa district of Tokyo. Let's take a look. Looks nice enough. Title. Asakusa, home to the Asakusa Shrine. That's the one with the big giant red lantern. Big tourist spot in Tokyo. And this looks like it's close, but kind of off the beaten path. Take a look at some of the smaller shrines in the area. Asakusabashi Station, that's where we're starting today. Exiting from the east gate and heading towards the hotel. Try and say that name 5 times fast. Can't do it. Not even going to try. Underneath the train tracks, you got lots of chain restaurants and convenience stores. True to form, 24/7 city. It's lively even at night. We're walking along the main street here, heading towards Kuramai. Asakusabashi Station connects the JR Sobu line and the Toei Asakusa line. And here is our hotel. 77 meters away from the station, or roughly a 1-minute walk. This hotel first opened back in the 1980s, so coming up on over 40 years. Damn, that makes me feel old. And here's what we pay for semi-double room without breakfast. 8,000 yen, or approximately $53 per night, 46 euros, or about 40 quid. I mean, for Tokyo, that's not bad. Couldn't help wondering, does Mercury refer to a guardian deity, or is the founder a big fan of Freddie Mercury? That random thought crossed the mind of our cameraman as they walked downstairs. Front desk on the basement level, a little bit unusual for a hotel, but, you know, there it is. Don't stop them now because they're having a good time. Unfortunately, there's only a staircase from the ground level, so no lift, Revolving door, size for just one person. It is Japan after all. Things a bit smaller over there. Tabist is a hotel brand. They've got 260 properties across Japan. They've got free coffee at reception. There's also a microwave. You can heat up your own food if need be. Great price for a big city. Indeed it is. Small info corner with details about local services and sightseeing spots around the hotel. I mean, as you do. Lobby's a bit on the plain side, but, you know, can't beat the free coffee. Take it up to your room if you like. And Kirin branded vending machine with soft drinks. Let's see what we got here. It's like, Kirin loves sports. I guess that's their version of Pocari Sweat. Mets Black, Mets the Energy. I think that's coffee. You also got sparkling apple cider and regular apple juice. Spring water. There's also a konbini right in front of the hotel if you want to have some more drink and food options or pick up some booze. Ah, yes, that's what I want to drink. Sweat. Never let him see you sweat. Bacardi Sweat. I should write adverts for them, I should. Check-in's at 3 p.m. Check out by 10 a.m. Bit on the early side, but, you know, whatever. There's a lift here at the back of the lobby. They're small, but, you know, small, older hotel. 8 floors to this building. Second floor, there's an Otoya Japanese restaurant. Even if you book a room-only plan, you can still have breakfast in the morning for 600 yen. That's not bad, really, for breakfast. Take the elevator straight there from 7:30 to 10 a.m. Nice and easy. On the 7th floor for our stay. Room 710. Off that way. It feels like an old public building rather than a hotel. Probably the lighting and the paint on the walls and everything. But here we are. 710. Still using mechanical keys rather than key cards. That's different. And since there's no key card, lights operate manually. You don't have to insert a key card in order to operate the electrics in the room. So that's one benefit to having the old style mechanical keys. Very Showa era vibe, as our cameraman notes. Bit retro. This hotel is showing its age, but you know what? It holds up well. Multiple light fixtures, not all of them work though. Dim lighting. Walls aren't exactly the cleanest. That carpet is definitely showing its age. Keys add to the vibe in general. Yeah, I suppose so. Honestly, the cards always bug me because if you lose it, that's literally everything, lights and all. Again, there's always a trick to that sort of thing. Carry a business card with you. Actually, since you're in Japan, they still hand out business cards like candy. So if you can find one, grab it, keep it in your pocket, and then when you get to your room, pop that in the slot. And usually that does the trick and turns the lights on and the electrics. I always tell people, keep a business card on you. It could be any business card, it doesn't have to be yours. As long as it's roughly the same size as the key card, you can pop that in the slot, then keep the key card in your pocket. Or keep it on, you know, your person or with your things. And it'll help, especially in those times where the climate's a bit warmer. It'll keep the aircon running in your room. Because you pull that card out, that kills the electrics for everything, including the aircon. And so if it's particularly warm and stuffy around that time of year, it takes forever for that aircon to start cooling off the room. Or, you know, opposite. It's the middle of winter. You want to leave the heater on. Leave that card, leave that business card in the slot. It'll keep the heater on. So you come back to the room and it's still warm. Or it's, you know, warmed up enough by the time you get there. Because otherwise, these HVAC units that they use for these hotels, it's not like what you find in America. They're actually a lot weaker. They take a long time to either cool or heat a room. They really just don't do the job. And if you're like me, you're used to powerful HVAC units in American buildings and ceiling fans keeping the air circulating. That's another thing. It's a lot different. You get over there, no ceiling fans, and weak HVAC. So, little travel hack to keep in mind. Bed's neatly made. Things look roughly normal. Small desk and a chair with no back to it. That's more of a bench. See, that turns on the fridge. Fridge is definitely showing its age. Almost every hotel in Japan has a mini fridge, practically a standard amenity. There's a hotel service guide and a laundry bag. Oh, it's a stool. Not even a bench, it's a stool. Light on the ceiling is for emergencies, will be on whenever there's a power failure. So that's why it's so dim. Again, a bit more relaxing that way. Green tea packets. Works an awful lot like instant coffee. So if you're more of a coffee person, go back down to the front desk and grab you a coffee. Our pillows, Cameron reports, not too soft, not too hard. Right there in the Goldilocks middle. Control panel. The room lights. And the dimmer switch. It looks like there was supposed to be an alarm clock built in, but LCD burnt out years ago, I guess. In-room massage and aromatherapy services are offered. 70 minutes, 9,900 yen. 30 minutes, 4,400. That's a bit high. Almost as much as the room. More than the room, actually. All the in-room info is also available via QR code. Then there's a quaint picture of a painting of a castle on a lake. Almost reminds me of Castle Rexworth. Funny how that works. Room is cheap, services are expensive as hell. I guess they have to make up the difference somehow. French Renaissance castle? Oh no. Oh god, it's one of these. Oh, that is awful. Chat, when I first stayed in Japan, this was back in 2018, I stayed at the Prince Hotel in Sunshine City. This was the type of aircon that they had in the room. It was effectively a dimmer switch hooked up to what I can only describe as a swamp cooler. You find this a lot with older properties. It's not really a proper, like, HVAC system. It's just a dial. And it's, again, I can only describe it as a swamp cooler. Timer thermostats, yeah. Ryanair Hotel. Yeah, that's basically just a fan control. Look closely at the corners of this room and the age is really showing. Yeah, you got stuff peeling up here. Still, everything you need, nothing you don't. Luggage rack, shoehorn. I mean, a standard kit for Japanese hotel. Although that brush, that needs to be replaced. Those bristles are all worn out. 3 hangers for coats and jackets. Just enough. You don't get an actual closet. No room for that. Some budget hotels don't provide a full-length mirror. This one has one. Check your outfit before you leave. Right. Unit bath. Let's have a look. Even the unit bath is dimly lit. 2 toilet paper holders. No bidet. That's no good. That's no good. This is an instant hard pass from me, this hotel. Yeah, shocked that there's no bidet, yeah. But apparently, bidet toilets only started becoming common with unit baths back in the 90s. This hotel dates back to the 80s, so about 10 years too early for that. And eventually they spread to public spaces like office buildings and hotels. I'm spoiled by my Toto washlet. I am just... anything less is savagery to me, and I hate that they're not more ubiquitous in the rest of the Western world. It is rare to find a hotel without one in Japan, but it looks like our cameraman has stumbled upon the one hotel that doesn't have a bidet attached to the toilet. Hairbrushes, cotton swabs, cleansing oil, facial stuff, you can get all that at the front desk. Water pressure's good. Shape of the bathtub is different. Yeah, ditto, need the bidet, exactly. This is Netto, so fatter Western tourists are going to... you're going to have a bad time in a bathroom like this. Ceiling's also a bit low. So if you're a particularly tall person, you're going to have a bad time with this one. But everything's clean. And it's all been maintained despite being 40 plus years old. Still, lack of a bidet, that's a deal breaker. Right, let's go out and explore all the things that are around the hotel. Oh, the room auto-locks when you leave, so don't lock yourself out. No coin laundry in the building either. There is a 24-hour laundromat about 3 minutes walk away, so could be worse. Take a peek at her toyo on the second floor. and it's closed off. You can access it directly from this elevator, though. 7:30 to 10 a.m. Rest of the time, kind of SOL. You go around, use the front stairs. Kind of a hassle, but, you know, the exercise will do you good. It's a tasty looking menu. Give them that. Close to the station too, so it's always going to be a bit lively. No lift outside the building. Got to use the stairs. So don't slip and fall. Let's see, what should we order? Now, only pronounce that as Toya. That meal restaurant, known for its fresh ingredients. It's a nationwide chain, still feels like a local comfort food spot, though. A cameraman wants fish, but also wants meat. It's a tough decision. I think he's a bit confused. Fish is meat. And he found something. You can also upgrade your miso soup to a seasonal special version for a small extra fee. And here it is. Charcoal grilled atka mackerel and moromi chicken. Perfect combo. Meat and fish on one plate. Though fish is a form of meat. The seasonal version's got mushrooms and namiko. That's apparently an autumnal vibe in Japan. Atka mackerel is thick and juicy. Pairs great with the grated daikons taste. Generous helping of shredded cabbage here. Balance out your meal with some greens. Add a little dressing, and voila! Even picky veggie eaters will find themselves eating this. Maybe. That's some good looking meat. Other favourites are chicken and veggie black vinegar stir fry. Oh yeah. Pick out the bones. Don't choke on the bone fragments. Dang, that looks good. I know, right? Mackerel was rich and fatty. Chicken had a delicious smoky flavour, very satisfying. And the whole meal comes out to less than 1,500 yen. That is good value, actually. Right, we're walking off our meal, taking a stroll to Jinanoka Hachiman Shrine. One of the more well-known shrines in Asuku's Sakusabashi. Got guardian lion dogs, very dignified expressions on them. Pretty lively during the day, since it's close to the station, but at night, very peaceful. Wash your hands and mouth under the watchful eye of the dragon statue. The intense-looking dragon. The shrine was built in the late Heian period. It says Minamoto no Yoshie stuck a ginkgo branch here and prayed for victory during battle. It's believed to bring you good luck in battle, success at work, and career advancement. The white walls, the green roof, they make the main hall stand out. You can receive goshuin, or shrine stamps and charms, between 900 hours and 1630. As the name suggests, the goshuin here are decorated with ginkgo leaves. In the ginkgo season, they offer limited edition stamps with intricate cutout designs of ginkgo leaves and nuts. Here's Konoha Inari Shrine. It's originally a shrine for agricultural blessings, but now widely worshipped for business and personal success. Right, back to the room. You get a yukata as room wear. You're worried about it coming loose while you sleep. Might just want to bring your own pajamas. It's your first time wearing a yukata, don't worry. The design almost reminds me of that. Anyone remember that S that all the kids drew back in the 90s? I think it was supposed to be for the band Slipknot. That's what that motif sort of reminds me of. You'd be asleep, why would you worry about it falling off? I don't know. Maybe it's haunted and you don't want the ghost to see you naked or something. You know, we don't want to be flashing the yokai or whatever. Ah, the old famous S, such a classic symbol, yes. The 90s kids, they know. We know. You start by draping it evenly over both sides of your body. Then you wrap the right side across your left hip, followed by the left side over your right hip. Finally, tie the belt, and you're done. I don't know. At this late hour, it sounds overly complicated, and I think I would just rather sleep naked. Anyways, good night. And through the magic of the internet, it is now morning. And we wake up to a view of a wall. It's just a wall. How disappointing. But better than facing someone else's window across the way and seeing them naked. Unless, of course, it's a beautiful woman. We don't mind seeing a beautiful woman naked. Check-in and check-out are done at the front desk. There are no self-service machines here. They do everything the old-fashioned way. Right, since we had dinner at Otoyo on the second floor last night, we're going somewhere else for breakfast today. Well, that's the Hotel Mercury. Feels dim, a bit sketchy, but, you know, if you're on a budget, it's not bad. And the room's clean, so that carpet needs to be replaced. Shoku-sa. Oh, and right next to the hotel we spot another shrine. Another one. Hyuga Shrine. This one's got a history going back over 600 years. Main deity here is Susanoo no Mikoto. Known as the god of victory and long life. But another one of those dragon statues that goes hard. It is believed that when you purify the hands and mouth, as is customary to do so, you're also helping to cleanse the heart. And when leaving the purification area, don't forget to give a slight bow, just as you did when approaching. With shrine etiquette, everything begins and ends with a bow. Guardian lion dogs. Fairly large for this one. Today we are going to receive a Goshuin, or temple seal, from this shrine. As with anything in Japan, yes. You do a lot of bowing in Japan. There's a Hello Kitty Omamori-chan. Ie Shrine in Kawasaki is famous for those. There's charms there featuring all kinds of Sanrio characters. Current shrine building was reconstructed after the Second World War, as is most of Tokyo. Made of white concrete, the white guardian dogs match beautifully with the shrine's design. A lot of rocks acting as paperweights. Here you offer your Goshuin donation by simply placing whatever amount you'd like in the offering box. No fixed price in this case. You just follow your heart and offer an amount you feel is right. Here's the bell you ring during shrine visits. She holds two meanings. Two bells, two meanings, makes sense. Clear, beautiful sound is meant to put worshippers in a sincere state of mind and also purify them of any spiritual impurities. And maybe, just maybe, a yokai gives you some good luck, or a sandwich. Talk of which, for breakfast, we're stopping by, what is this place? Sanmak Cafe. Popular bakery cafe known for its Choco Crow chocolate croissant. Croissant. 283 locations all across Japan, offering croissant. 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. they serve morning sets. If you haven't had one, I definitely suggest trying one. This one's got a second floor with a total of 90 seats. I'm supposed to enjoy a relaxed meal. Oh, that looks good. Ham and cheese hot sandwich set. With coffee included, it's only 720 yen. Not bad. Not bad at all. And our cameraman reports, first time trying it, pretty good. Hard to believe it's just reheated. Tasted surprisingly legit. Would explain the low price. It's reheated, prepackaged food. Goshuin received at Suga Shrine as a crest of 5 melons and karahana. These aren't lucky charms, just a record of your connection with the shrine or the temple. Sort of a receipt saying, you have been here. Collecting them as souvenirs and looking back at them later as part of the journey as well. Last up, Kinazuka Inari Shrine, tucked away in a quiet residential area just off the main road. It enshrines Ukonomitama no Mikoto, the deity of food and grain. As we continue walking, we come upon Yanagibashi Bridge. From the Edo to the Meiji period, this area was a flourishing geisha district, gathering place for politicians and artists. And then after the war, the area gradually declined. Most of the traditional restaurants disappeared, and they were replaced by flats and office buildings. The current Yanagibashi Bridge was completed back in 1929. Look closely, you'll notice ornamental reliefs shaped like hairpins on the railing, a nod to geisha culture. Yanagibashi was also a popular launch point for Sumida River boats. Even today, you still find several Yakarabune houseboats docked near the bridge. Bit of a dreary day, but lovely scene overall. Good content, as usual, from Sukiyaki Travel Japan. Posting a link in chat for everyone. Oh, I may need to look at this one eventually. Why don't we board a ferry this time? Japanese James Bond. Interesting. Yeah, this is talking about the movie Iron Finger. I've actually seen Iron Finger before. And this actor here is Akira Takarada. They're trying to do their own version of James Bond. And then Aeon Productions came and said, yeah, we'd like to do You Only Live Twice and film it in Japan. And Toho jumped on it. Let's see here. This is from Itsuka, Japan. Another great travel video channel. Experience Japan's newly built ferry with an exclusive lounge suite. 12-hour luxury voyage. Have to look that up later. Going to be lurking. Be 1 a.m. where I'm at. Need to get some sleep. Understand? Hope you get plenty of good sleep. Sunflower Suite Room. Oh, this is a sunflower ferry. Quack. Yeah, sunflower ferries. They're the ones with the big orange sun on the side of them. They're actually really good. Worth a trip. If you get a chance, go on... Go on a sunflower ferry. Yeah, you can tell it's a sunflower ferry. Big red and orange sun on the side. These are really good, chat. Yeah, we get a chance. Go on a sunflower ferry. Take a trip on that. Wherever they're going. Doesn't matter. This is a sunflower Murasaki. Launched in spring 2023 following the Kurenai. Terminal was renovated to coincide with the launch of the Kurenai and Murasaki. It's a nice terminal. Got smartphone charging areas. A prayer room. Many rooms are fully booked. Lots of passengers, so definitely book in advance. There's a single-use campaign being offered to June 30th, 2026. Alright, so this is going to be our route. 12 hours, 425 kilometers, sailing from Beppu to Osaka. Definitely a slow ferry. A suite room normally costs 54,600 yen for 2 people, but this time available for single use for an additional 5,000 yen per person. Works out to about just over $200 US. Or roughly about £160. boarding will begin shortly. So this is a suite. Those are rather posh. Right, fast forward. Impressive. Entrance is a 3-story atrium. Feels more like a cruise than a ferry. Sunflower's concept is enjoying a high-quality cruise experience on a regular route. I like this idea. I can get behind this. People. But this is going to be our cameraman. Not bad. 2 beds. Sofa. Table. Chair. Technically a suite. Pretty over the top for a solo traveler, but I like it. Even get a welcome drink. As you will cruise. In Japanese, I don't know what it says. Oh, drinks in the fridge are free. Oh, fuck yeah, man. Nice. A bottle of white wine. Oh, we're talking. And what's this? It's like fruit juice of some kind. Oh, and you get a balcony with outdoor access. Oh, yeah. Gorgeous views. Chairs look comfy. Yeah, I could get used to this. Room's equipped with a closet. Get amenities like nightwear, slippers, toothbrush. You could even take the slippers home with you if you want. You've also got access to a cafe lounge on board, exclusive to suites. Just tap your access ticket there. Financially speaking, probably the first and last time our cameraman would ever set foot in this lounge. Might as well milk it for all it's worth. Suite Lounge is open 24 hours a day. It looks comfy. I like it. Filled with stylish books you wouldn't normally read. Some magazines there. And unlimited ice cream. Oh, and you get unlimited coffee. Pairs rather well with the ice cream. Considering a cup of coffee costs 300 yen, you'd need 106 cups to break even. A bottle of Palm costs 195 yen, so you need 164 bottles to break even. Good God. The ferry is packed with innovative features that defy conventional wisdom, making it truly feel like a cruise. That's pretty cool. Special concert would also be held starting at 7 p.m. Due to the weather, the rooftop deck was closed to the public. Ah. Bad luck. That's a pity, but, you know, safety first. "15 minutes before departure, as is tradition in Japan, they ring the gong. As we can't go out on deck, we can just watch the departure from inside the ship. Even today, Sunflower crew came outside to see us off. Oh, it was nice of them. Even though it's a bit cold and the weather's shit, they still made the effort. Much appreciated. Dinner buffet or morning buffet? Choose whatever you like. Dinner buffet is 2,500 yen per person. A little bit pricey, but I guess not bad if it's all you can eat. All the food is colourful. Extensive menu, you're tempted to try everything. So, bring your appetite, chat. I mean, I'd have one of each. Plenty of fried foods here. Chips and fish and pork and also seasonal ingredients, local cuisine from the Seto Inland Sea called the Setochi Buffet. That's on the Osaka Beppu route. Also, all you can eat veggies and fruit. Yeah, 2,500 yen. That's a bargain. Oh, look at those desserts. There's even chocolate fondue. And ice cream. There's your chocolate fountain. Permanent menu item. It can be enjoyed any time. Alcoholic drinks are at an extra charge, but soft drinks are all you can drink. Makes sense. Beautiful presentation. Look at all that. You're not going away hungry here. Fruit looks delicious too. Oh, there's the concert. Might need to mute the rest of this to avoid a copyright strike. Buy a shop right next to the restaurant. Like some lovely things. Okay, I'll have to mute again. Sounds like they're singing the song Sukiyaki. Shop mainly sells sunflower original goods, souvenirs from Kansai and Kyushu. Little something for everyone here. Booze. Oh. Suntory, I think that's Kakabin. Gold label. That's good stuff. Basic level whiskey, but it's good. Grab some booze, man. Deciding what to buy as part of the journey. Buy some booze. Eat a donut. Chug some soy sauce. Live dangerously. I don't know how dangerous it is to be chugging soy sauce. Probably just really salty and makes you thirsty. There's a chicken skin snack. Recommended by a viewer. Never had chicken skin before. Limited edition sunflower Murasaki coaster. There's also coin lockers and refrigerated coin lockers on board. Store your souvenirs there, keep them fresh. After the special event, the projection mapping begins. Using the atrium ceiling for projection mapping. What a clever idea, that. Right, we're heading to the Sweet Cafe Lounge for the second time today. We get another free coffee and ice cream. We rarely get to visit it, so kind of always want to go. Palm ice cream, the best ice cream. There's also a large public bath on board. Currently vacant. Also a powder room nearby. Oh, our cameraman is actually a camera woman. At least I should hope so. We don't need blokes going into women's restrooms. Hairdryers are Panasonic. No need to worry about airflow. There's a massage room. There's space-age massage chairs. And a kids' corner where the children can play. Also plenty of vending machines. At the time of filming, there was some sort of cyber attack on Asahi Beverages. So they've got some issues with people, I guess, unable to buy things out of vending machines. which... It's a shame. Some areas on board, it's difficult to connect, but they've got free Wi-Fi. Just apparently forget about using Google or YouTube. Right. Returning to the room. Grabbing ourselves a glass. Might have a nice little solo party of one. Grab ice from kitchen nearby. It's not exactly Sonic ice, but it's good ice. Let's start the day with a toast. I give you a toast, ladies and gentlemen. I give you a toast, ladies and gentlemen. May this fair land we love so well in liberty and freedom dwell. Wine's got a cap on top, so you can take the leftovers with you. I would probably polish off that bottle in the night. Chicken crackers are made by a soy sauce manufacturer in Oita Prefecture. They're crispy, they're flavorful. Perfect match for the booze. Oh, that's orange juice, alright. Doesn't seem typical to serve orange juice on ice, but, you know, no harm done. Free country, you do you. And it's built. Oh, well done. Stronger than real mandarin oranges. I mean, that does look freshly squeezed. That's some good looking orange juice. I would drink that. And we watch some local telly. Another cruise ship. Could it be our sister vessel? Or is it the Nippon Maru? On the Osaka Beppu section, we pass under 3 bridges. The Seto Ohashi Bridge, underway, is one of the world's largest road and rail bridges. Quite the feat of engineering, this one. Also the route of the beloved sleeper train, the Sunrise Seto. Amazing how a train like that can just zip across a bridge. A shared large communal bath, but for tonight, it's going to take a shower in the unit bath. It's a shower combined with a toilet. More compact version of the unit bath that you're accustomed to seeing. Oh. Blessed be, there's a Toto washlet. Shame to go to bed just now, but our camera lady wants to Sleep in the bed. I mean, it's your room, free country. You do as you like. Now, mornings at Sunflower. $5:22 in the morning. Early day. Wanted to try the legendary breakfast, which is only available for 1 hour. Damn, if you're hungry, you have to hustle, don't you? All you can eat breakfast for just 750 yen. Brilliant. Pop your cash and your change in there like so. And you get quite the wide variety. It's good that they're able to keep the prices down despite inflation. Bread. In Japan, called pan. Food is so good, we wonder if the chefs get any sleep at all. I imagine they rotate them out in shifts. I think you're going to be good through lunch there. Yesterday's alcohol is also not worn off yet for our camera lady. So, she's got quite the appetite. Got to soak up the booze somehow. Scrambled egg looks good. And the ferry arrives at 6:35. She's already full, but she's going to have more ice cream. Guilty pleasures and all. Almost there. Looks like a live webcam on the exterior of the ship. Docking procedures have begun. Oh, what a beautiful sunrise. Oh, they had lorries taking the trip too. Impressive. More lovely content. Right. Link in the chat. I notice it's getting late. I should probably start heading to bed. I'm sure it's late night for everyone else as well. Let's see if... Let me look at a few things here real quick. Mute our browser audio here. Back to the intro screen. Set up a raid here. Okay, can't do that. Let's go raid. Let's go raid Smugsuck. Growing VTuber. So let's help them out a bit. So we'll raid them on Twitch, and then let's go host Leaflet if we can on Kick. Anyways, there's copy pasta for everyone. And I will see all of you sometime next week. Probably over the Thanksgiving holiday. But thank you all so much for joining me. I'm Lord Rexworth, wishing you all the best, and God bless.